Welcome to the session on Metro Rail in India, Impacts and Learnings. I welcome you here today for the session. In the last several years, Indian cities have been rapidly building metro systems to ease the congestion on the roads and increase efficiency of commutes of the residents and citizens who live in those cities. There's about 30 billion USD that is set towards building this infrastructure set aside for the next 5 years, and many more cities are going to be opting for this mode of transport. Now, given the growing scale and pace of the metro expansion, lessons emerging from evidence-based research on functional and upcoming metro rail networks in India could provide critical learnings for future projects across multiple contexts. So today, in the session here at Connect Karo, we will delve into some of these key aspects and talk about how the metro rail has been shaping urban spatial landscapes of cities and city regions, the impact it has had on economic activities, the entry points for building resource-efficient urban communities along the system, and the enablers and barriers for providing high-quality access to mass transit. I would like to first welcome Mr. O.P. Agarwal, CEO WRI India, to provide his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thanks very much, Jaya. Am I audible? Is that clear? Someone just sort of confirmed to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks very much, Jaya. I thought I'll use this opportunity of opening remarks to give a little background to metro systems in India. Many things that I think few would be aware of. I think it's good to understand a bit of this background as we look at metro systems going forward. So as many of you know, the first metro in India was built in Calcutta. It started work in 1973. It was built entirely by the Indian Railways. And the first 17 kilometers got completed in 1987, which means 14 years after work started on that. Obviously, there were a lot of challenges, there were a lot of difficulties. And with that experience, I think nobody dared to go into metros again. Or at least immediately, no one felt that a metro is something they would want to touch. The Indian Railways certainly didn't want to do that. Now, with this situation, Delhi had been talking about a metro from the 1960s, but these were only talk. No one, as I said, really thought that we could get into a metro after the experience in Calcutta. In the meanwhile, somewhere in 1986, a decision was taken by the government of India that urban transport would be created as a new subject. And the subject was allocated to the Ministry of Urban Development. To my knowledge, India is the only country where urban transport is a separate subject allocated to the Ministry of Urban Development and not to the Ministry of Transport. Now, part of the reason why this was done was maybe to some extent that the railways didn't want to touch it, and there was a need for more metro rail systems, but also a recognition that urban transport systems cannot be standalone engineering solutions. Urban transport systems need good integration with land use. That was a thinking that went in for the ministry to be allocated, to this subject being allocated to the Ministry of Urban Development. Now, that's when I think the Delhi Metro also began to gather a little more talk. But one champion who came, one bold person who came and really took this forward, very few will know about him, maybe except some of the officers from the Karnataka cadre. Mr. N.P. Singh was a 1964 batch of the Karnataka cadre, an IAS officer from that cadre, who was in the Ministry of Urban Development then as an additional secretary. I don't know what got into him, but he took up this challenge of driving the Delhi Metro and taking it to approval. His biggest challenge was opposition all around. No one ever thought that the Delhi Metro, this kind of a high-cost system, would ever go through. There were opposition from all around. All kinds of committees had sort of turned down this idea or pushed back on this idea. As luck would have it, there was a very short period of time when Mr. Devagowda was the Prime Minister of India. Mr. N.P. Singh had become the Urban Development Secretary, and Mr. Zafar Saifullah was then the Cabinet Secretary of India. Three people from Karnataka really came together through fate to get the Delhi Metro approved. This is a little bit of the historical background very few people are aware of. After that, of course, you had Mr. Sridharan coming in and doing a great job of building the metro. But often I think to myself, whether it's easier to build a tunnel through the earth or build a tunnel through the bureaucracy and get a project like this of that higher cost approved within the bureaucracy. And I think the whole, the birth of the Delhi Metro happened when Government of India approved that project. So that is a bit of the background that many don't know. But today, the success of the Delhi Metro has really driven many other cities into thinking of metros. Bangalore was the first one after Delhi. Then you had Hyderabad, you had Bombay, the East-West line, many other cities came on. And the result was that today you have about 700 kilometers of metro. 18 cities have metro systems. You have over 1,000 kilometers already planned. But the big thing that we are seeing on these, our ridership levels have been very poor. Just to give you context, the first phase of the Delhi Metro, which was only about 57 kilometers, the first detailed project report that was prepared for that had estimated a ridership of 3.2 million people per day. Today, with about 400 kilometers, Delhi Metro is somewhere at about 4 million people per day. But the estimates at that time were 3.2 million people per day. And when I spoke to the consultants who had prepared that report, they said our expectation was, and what we had counted on, was good feeder systems, good transit-oriented development, good integration with land use would have happened. Now, because that did not happen, a lot of the ridership anticipations did not materialize. And today we are seeing the same thing happening in city after city after city. We're spending over 200 crores per kilometer in building these metros, yet ridership levels have been poor. And I think the main reason behind this has been that the purpose for which the subject of urban transport was allocated to the Ministry of Urban Development, that has not been leveraged. We've not taken advantage of spatial planning. We've not taken advantage of integration with other transport systems. And these have got built as standalone engineering solutions. I think today's session is primarily focused on how do we make the metros do a better job for us? How do we make them successful by doing things that should have been done even when the metro was planned? If you ask me for what is the one key factor determining the success of a metro, I would say it's not how efficiently it operates, how quickly it's been built, whether it's been built in time, at cost, whatever it is. I have one single metric on which I assess whether a metro is good or not. It is what share of the city's population is using the metro to meet its daily travel needs. If this share is high, I would say the metro is successful. If not, I would say it's not successful. Now, I think the session today will really aim at bringing success to the metro. What is it that we can help make the metro successful? And this, I think, has been a very big challenge that we've been facing. Often we've looked upon it purely as an engineering solution, whereas what it should really be is an opportunity to transform the city. Now, in India, we are fortunate. We are not like countries in Latin America or the US or Europe. Our urbanization levels are still at about 35, 40%. Other countries are at about 80%, which means you're not going to get too many more people coming into these cities. But in India, we're going to have more and more people coming into the cities. So we have the flexibility to decide where we will create jobs, where we will create homes, where we will create economic activities. That flexibility is still there with us. We can channel that growth along the metro corridors that we have planned. And that is how this integration can take place. So we have that flexibility which other countries don't have. We have the subject allocated to the Ministry of Urban Development, which can, through a single ministry, channel all of this. Now, unfortunately, that has not happened so far. And that is where I'm hoping that today's session will really help leverage all this and help make our metros and 1,000 kilometers of metros that are going to come, plus the 700 already operational, make them much more useful than, to my mind, they have been today. Jaya, let me leave it with that, pass it back to you. I look forward to the discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Very interesting history of Metro Rail in India, how it came about, and the current challenges that we face, which need to be overcome to make this successful. With that, I will now go over to Mr. Ajay Seth, our keynote speaker. Mr. Ajay Seth is currently the Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. He's a 1987 batch IAS officer and has previously led BMRCL as Managing Director for nearly 3 years. He has been credited with several milestones of Namma Metro, which include putting the finances of the project in order. He has also served as Deputy Secretary and Director in the Department of Expenditure and Department of Economic Affairs, and as Advisor to Executive Director, Asian Development Bank during 2004 and 2008. Mr. Ajay Seth, a very warm welcome to you. Thank you for taking time out for the keynote. Over to you. So you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jaya, and thank you, Mr. Agrawal, for inviting me for this session. I'll start with a disclaimer that what I'm going to say over the next 10 to 15 minutes are not necessarily the views of Government of India and of, say, Department of Economic Affairs. I've approached this as a professional and not from the sector perspective, because not merely from a urban transport perspective, but I'll talk about it as I see it as a professional from a macroeconomic perspective. This I'll approach that. So with that disclaimer, let me start that where we are. As Mr. Agrawal said, that we have about 700 kilometers of metro, another 1,000 kilometers is under construction. But what we have achieved so far over a journey of past, I'll say about 2.5 years. One, capacity to design, construct, manufacture most of the equipment. We have traveled fair amount of ground there. And we'll say that are we somewhere near achieving the goals of Atmanirbhar Bharat? Very largely on these aspects. There's still grounds to be covered. But when it comes to that in terms of technology and efficiency, there are significant gaps. One, that when it comes to designing systems, we really started manufacturing, but we don't have the technology available today in India, and that has a reflection of customization which may be needed for Indian conditions and of course on the cost. Similar manner, when we come to the complex design of metro system, given the complex urban scenario here, it is not that we are doing a pure open area and we just construct the metro. We are doing it in very, very dense cities we constructed. So complex design, even the civil design, we have yet to cover the ground there. When it comes to the higher speed, NCRTC is now grappling with that issue. We don't have to go beyond 70, 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers an hour, the peak speed. So there are issues around that. We're yet to get that capability. Thereafter, in the operations, there is a huge cost, which is on asset management. Now, is the traditional one is time bound, just throw in the HR and they will do the asset monitoring. A lot of ground to be covered, even on the management perspective. And the last one, if I can put it, or the last two one, if I can put it, in terms of the type design, we have got one design, I'll call it as a Delhi Metro design, and we are trying to replicate it everywhere else. Big cities, small cities, stations with higher ridership, lower ridership, but everything is a type design. Now, this guy's got an issue because apart from consuming more resources, it has also a cost implication on the overall investments which are needed. Then when it comes to the operation and maintenance, because it is not sufficient, and Mr. Agrawal said, Metro is not about providing an engineering solution, which is much broader than that. And from a larger perspective, which we hinted, I am a step even earlier to that, on operations and maintenance of the system, which is a huge cost. Government can provide money for construction, but thereafter for governments to provide money for operation and maintenance, we don't have that kind of a deep fiscal with us. Now, there are some, I'll say it about 3 models are there, which is one is the Delhi Metro model, which is a high cost operation and maintenance. With all due pardon to Delhi Metro, even Bangalore Metro also followed the same model, which I was associated with for almost 3 years. Then there's a Mumbai or Hyderabad model, which is a public-private partnership. And then there's a Chennai model, and I need not elaborate it there. All audience, all the participants are well versed in this forum. And we have not got the optimum solution at this point of time. Now, so having achieved this much, now I pose the next question. Is metro construction is merely an investment and financing play that we try to improve upon the viability and then find money for that and invest it and move on? Is that the mere, or is it something more than that? Let me elaborate further on this aspect of whether it is investment and financing. Now, metro by nature, when it is constructed, is not a viable proposition for the simple reason that it is constructed for capacity 30 years down the road. It is not like a road sector project that we can acquire land but add on lanes as and when the traffic improves. It is not like an airport. One can have the land but keep on adding runways. Of course, a limited number. One can become 2 or 3 but not unlimited, or do a terminal as and when the ridership improves. Metro can't be constructed and thereafter capacity added except for civil construction as far as concerned. So it is designed 30 years down the road. The second one, it is designed for peak load in the morning and evening. And so by very nature, it is not a viable one. Then how do we move over to this? Then the next one is an issue relating to the network planning. Where do we plan for a metro? And I'll draw attention, and I'm sure that most of the participants and perhaps all would have noted a very nice article written by Mr. T.N. Nayanan in a pre-pandemic era, November 2019, and he talked about congestion, metro, and Delhi. That is what he talked about. And he came out with a very, very simple matrix that how many riders are moved per day per kilometer of the network. And we all appreciate that there's a difference between commuters and boardings. Perhaps as per his article, he was talking about the boardings per day per kilometer. Now, Tokyo moves close to about 40,000. Incidentally, in India also we move that Mumbai one line does move about 40,000, but there's an exception, 11-kilometer line. Otherwise, the next best in India is Delhi Metro pre-pandemic. It used to be about 17,000 boardings per day per kilometer of metro network. Bangalore, Hyderabad, Bangalore was about 10,000, Hyderabad 7,000-8,000, all cities less than 5,000. Some are even 2,000 boardings per day per kilometer. Now, unless the boardings per kilometer per day reaches about 25,000, metro systems are not serving their purpose. These are more for saying that, taking a pride that we have got a metro, but it is solving the problem of urban transport. Certainly not. Share of public transport and overall transport metrics will still be low. Is it solving a macroeconomic issue of urbanization? Certainly not. So it is not an investment and financing play. So whatever we may try to do by improving the viability, by throwing in some real estate, etc., it is a short-term solution, but it is an investment. It is needed. Now I move on to a macroeconomic concept that is metro an opportunity for leverage or it is a necessity? One is that if we use it as a leverage, to improve viability, and we can add real estate and take care of appropriate fare, etc., and it serves the purpose. But a fare, again, there's an issue. What is the metro fare today is about 2.5 rupees to 3 rupees per day, is about 2.5 to 3 rupees per kilometer. Now, average distance to be traveled is about, say, 10 kilometers, both ways about 20. 60 rupees per day to commute for work or commute for any economic activity. Significant part of our population gets excluded from it. It is not a metro for the common man. And again, I go back to the issue that fiscal funded by the taxpayers is not deep enough to take care of this problem. We can't be another London, which provides a huge amount of support, financial support for operation and maintenance. We are not yet at that stage as a nation. Now that brings me that is it a necessity? And that is certainly where we come in. Necessity not from the perspective of urban transport, but I'll try to put it into an economic perspective, macroeconomic perspective. Today, we already have about, say, a dozen cities which are about 5 million plus. And if we talk about 2 million plus cities in the country, it's about 50 or thereabout. The numbers are already there. Now, urbanization is already a given thing, is a given imperative, because opportunities for skill acquisition, skill development, economic activities, jobs are in urban areas. Whether we like it or not, urbanization is going to happen. It is going to gain momentum. The challenge before us is that how do we facilitate orderly urban development? Now that is a challenge, and there I put the metro in that perspective. And in that context, I see metro not as an engineering solution for urban transport. I see metro as a catalyst for orderly urbanization of the country. Now, where it come in is from a simple another observation, and which is the hardcore, or not hardcore in the sense that professional economist in this audience should pardon me in taking a bit of a liberty with an economic concept. For me, public roads or other urban roads are no longer public goods in India, in cities. Today, pedestrian has been edged out decades back. At least I'll put it about 2.5 decades back. Cyclist has been edged out. It's no longer none of the cities are 2 million plus or 5 million plus. Today, a person with a cycle can go 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. They have been edged out. Even the bus transport, we keep on discussing in various forums that how to revitalize, how to improve upon bus transport, has also been edged out because there is so much of congestion on Indian roads that the average speed of the bus in major cities, and I'm talking about those with 8 or 10 million population, has come down to a single digit per kilometer per hour. And now at that speed, even if buses are moving, they are taking too long a time. And who is bearing the cost? Apart from the losses to the bus transport operator or the company, it is a common man who is using it because he can't afford any other mode of transport. He can't even afford, I'll put it, say about 4,000 rupees to have an own motorbike and then travel it on that particular route. So here, I see here that having noted that all those problems are there and it is a necessity for doing so, because it is eating into the productivity of our urban areas. People are spending close to about 3 hours in just to commute for the work or commute for whatever economic profession or economic activity they're doing. Children going or students going for a college and coming back, 3 hours on the roads. And that is a loss of productivity for the nation. In order to get that, I see it as a 4 elements, or rather I put it as a 5 pillars which are needed. It's not a pillar as any term, but this way of I have noted it. One again is around the transit oriented development. We talk about it. It is, and to my mind, it is not a mere densification. That is will be a poor definition of TOD. And this is a good urban environment which has to come in around or along the metro corridor. So for that matter, any high speed or any high capacity corridors which gets developed, but not through mere regulations. It would require deep reforms. It would require market-based solutions. If we can put those policies in place, if we can put those mechanisms in place, we will not see anything for next 5 years. It will take us a couple of years for city by city, which are ready to bite the bullet and put those systems in place. It will take at least a decade before the results can be seen, and maybe 2 decades when we can see a transformed city wherein metro has succeeded as a catalyst and in allowing for a good urban environment to work, an environment not just from the overall perspective, but an urban decent living, if we can talk. The second one would be around that who is going to finance it? Even if market-based solutions are there, initial investments into metro network, and more than the metro network, improving the capacity of those areas to allow for more people to live and work closer to the mass density, mass transport systems requires huge investment, and that large part has to come from the public expenditure. Now, if it has to come from a public expenditure, again, the taxpayers' ability to finance those is limited. So then we move on that the people whose assets get value of those assets get enhanced. Not for those, at least then when they come to the market again for adding stock of their wealth, in the sense that they go for redevelopment of that area, either individually or through a pooled mechanism. Then the land value capture. That is the only way, because taxpayers don't have deep enough pockets. Users cannot pay even 3 rupees per kilometer. So then who comes in? The people who have to come in are the ones whose, when they come and add to the stock of their wealth, at that point of time, the land value capture happens. So the one big block around the reforms, around that, how do we facilitate those systems? And again, to my mind, not for funding metro, but for funding the infrastructure which is needed to improve the capacity of those areas to sustain living and economic activities around those corridors, not around the station, but along the corridors. And the third one which comes in is around the connectivity. And metro is again not about an engineering solution to construct metro. Metro's planning has to be, at least on a medium term, that how do people come and leave from a metro station? Because nobody lives and works on a metro station. Now, the first mile and last mile connectivity. And that one again, it comes in that we have to, unless we reclaim roads as a public good, nothing is going to change. And that's a very, very critical one. And for that, it is not through a diktat. It can't happen. We have to put that journey back into the bottle of private transport. Again, not by regulation, but by giving a better alternative. And these are the big ticket pieces in the big canvas, and we have to put all of them together. They may not come at the same time, but unless all of them are there, the things are not going to improve. Few things which we tend to equate, and I'll try to flag it in this forum, is that quite often last mile and first mile connectivity, we tend to equate it with electric vehicles. Now, electric vehicles is one of the options which are there, but that doesn't solve the basic problem of road space not being there. It solves the problem of pollution, that's all. But beyond that, but that's an effective vehicle, that is an effective solution in terms of the pollution angle. But again, the issues, the policies around that, how do we charge those vehicles? Today, fossil fuel based, it is a 2-minute job. Just fill the tank and move on. Now, similar man, maybe the swappable batteries, which can do a 2-minute change, can be the way forward. But that is only an addition there. But larger than that would be an open transit stack, wherein from one operator to another, from one mode to another mode, can happen in a seamless manner. So that will be the fourth piece which I'll put it. And the last piece I would like to flag it is in terms of leaner designs of our metro systems and a city-specific solutions. And what the ministry has come out in the last 2 years is a Metro Neo, which is, to my mind, that is an elevated BRTS. Because in our cities, doing at grade BRTS at times is extremely difficult because of the narrow road spaces. So elevated BRTS, or we can call it as Metro Neo, not call as, it's Government of India. It's already questioned it. It's a good model to follow for cities of 2 million, 5 million, even 10 million plus cities. Not that metro has to be there, and heavy duty metro at all places to come in. So city-specific solutions will have to be brought in. To sum up, I see it that metro as a catalyst for urbanization, a successful urbanization of the country. Because it is a highly visible project, the attention of the policymakers, attention of the city stakeholders obviously is high. Around that, it can help in transforming our cities, including an affordable housing, not merely for economically and weaker sections, but even for the middle class, and that requires even the land-related reform. So I'll close it here. The challenges are huge, but we have to enlarge that canvas beyond metro to a successful urbanization strategy for India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seth, for those words. The 5 pillars and, of course, the macroeconomic view of why we are doing metro in cities, how we can leverage it better, and what are some of the challenges that need to be overcome. Thank you very much again. I would now take this opportunity to launch the publication, which is around land value capture, one of the things, Mr. Seth, that you spoke about. And this was actually done during your tenure with BMRCL, and when Nama Metro was coming in the city. And this is some work that WRI has done and published. I will request Srimoy to share her screen and officially launch the publication with all the people present here. Srimoy. Thank you very much. The link for the publication, it is online, is present here, and we will also have this in the resources section of the Connect Karo conference. Please do go check this out. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Seth, for your time and for your words. And with that, I will move on to the next session of the day. There are 4 sessions actually today. The first one is on making metro work, which looks at densities around metro stations, the public infrastructure that needs to be enhanced, and the revitalization that needs to happen. The second one is on strategizing for integrated land use transport approach. The case of NCR Delhi, so it's more of what are some of the lessons learned. The third session is around resource efficient TODs, and this is looking at communities around the metro corridor and how that the density can be used to enhance resource efficiency in the city. And the fourth one is on enabling better first and last mile connectivity to mass rapid transit systems. All 4 sessions will be about 40 minutes each. And we will start with the first one, making it work. I would like to now invite Mr. Madhav, my Executive Director, Cities WRI India, to present for this session. Madhav, over to you.
Thank you, Jaya, and I will share some slides. So I think,
recording in progress.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the first 2 conversations have set the context. For the challenges that we see with the metro in terms of ridership and things like that. So, we talked about the 700 kilometers of metro. We talked about how the ridership numbers are not where we would like them to be in a lot of cities. And I think one of the things, so we look at, I was thinking of looking at one of the aspects was that, I think we talk a lot about transit-oriented development and, using instruments like FAR, TDR. But I think if we were to sort of look at it again from a perspective of bringing jobs into the city, or actually bringing people who go to jobs to use the metro, how do we, are the jobs dense enough in our cities that we can take full advantage of the metro? And so the question is, we know that densification of jobs makes the transport provisioning many to few. We're seeing that you create few job clusters and you use high capacity mass transit to bring jobs there. And, this is how you actually improve the efficiency of your transport infrastructure. So with that, what we thought is we look at a job densities in a few cities now with the 5th and 6th economic census plus other openly available data sets. We are able to actually specialize the jobs data. So we looked at Bangalore. We looked at other cities. In Bangalore, when we looked at jobs, what we saw is that the highest jobs densities in the CBD were about 7,000 jobs per square kilometer. This does not include the informal jobs, but these people will also not use the metro. But, nowhere are you seeing more than even 10,000 jobs per square kilometer. We looked at some global literature. Yeah, this is a little old. It is from 1990. But if you look at the top metro systems, whether it's Tokyo, whether it's New York, whether it's Hong Kong, their jobs, and look at this employment per square kilometer column, where my cursor is, there the jobs density or the employment density is, at least over 150,000 jobs per square kilometer. So think about it. Bangalore doesn't even have jobs density of 10,000 jobs per square kilometer. And, here we're talking about jobs densities that are actually closer to 100,000 jobs per square kilometer. And, if you look at London is actually at the bottom of the list here. This is 1990, about 40,000 jobs per square kilometer. Actually, London was losing population. There was a de-densification of the core, which is a phenomena. Bangalore is seeing a decrease in population in the core. Delhi is seeing a de-densification of the core. And I think London also was seeing that in the early 90s, and they actually made a very, very systematic effort. And if you go and look at the London plan, it actually talks about tripling jobs density, absolutely using those words, over the next 20, 30 years. And they have actually been extremely successful. Today, central London boasts of about 150,000 jobs per square kilometer. Of course, they also have these very nice examples of Canary Wharf that they show, which was the Docklands that they redeveloped. And so, they use this sort of regeneration, redevelopment idea. And actually, and Docklands has less than 5,000 parking spots. So I think even for us, as we think about new job locations, etc., where we have invested in the metro, I think some of the key things to do is not only take away off-street parking, we need to take away private parking also. Buildings should also not have parking in spaces like BKC. And this requires dramatic change in our laws and things like that, zoning codes and things like that. We looked at Delhi, also very similar numbers. So Delhi and Bangalore actually come very close. About 15%, 15 to 20% of the jobs are within 500 meters. And about 75% of the jobs are within 2 kilometers. So should we solve for last mile, or should we actually try to improve the environment and allow jobs to be closer to the metro station? So we can definitely, I think both things should be done, but I think a big emphasis also on sort of figuring out how we can bring jobs more closer to metro. Bangalore, very similar results. And I think as we go to phase 2A, phase 2B also, we will see very, very similar numbers. And you know, if we look at how we had if BMRCL is thinking about property development, I think other than getting IKEA at Nagasandra, one of their end stations, they are just thinking about more F&B, like small retail, you know. But I feel like, you know, if Flipkart is looking for the next big address in Bangalore, I think BMRCL, BMRDA, BMTC should make sure they come and locate at the metro instead of going to Devanahalli. You know, and this is because we have invested $6 billion in the metro. Let's bring the best marquee jobs close to the metro station. Can BMRCL negotiate it with Infosys, with Wipro, these marquee companies, Intel, to come and locate at the metro stations? Is there a way that we can sort of trigger this movement so that, you know, this really becomes, so I mean, I'm just thinking it's almost a different way of thinking about metro beyond the engineering, as OP sir sort of initially mentioned. We looked at Mumbai. Actually, Mumbai does quite well. I mean, you know, we all talk about Nariman Point. Nariman Point has over 100,000 jobs per square kilometer, right? This is the kind of density. We are seeing some of the new areas emerge in Lower Parel. You know, this is the line 1 of metro. Everybody talks that it's doing very well. Look at the jobs density. Line 1 is now close to 30,000 jobs per square kilometer. So it's a very clear indication that if there are the jobs, the ridership will come. And I think then the strategy is how do we bring jobs closer to the metro. This is the Lower Parel area now. You know, by 2034, we'll have about 50,000 jobs per square kilometer. Again, the underground line of metro is coming here. And, you know, one of the other thing we looked at again, you know, so here, this is New York, London, you know, Nariman Point. Mumbai is now building, you know, we have the Western Railway line. We have this line 1, and, you know, we are actually going to inaugurate line 2A and 7 very, very shortly. I'm saying we because I live in Mumbai and Rajiv sir was very much a part of these things. But you can see, for example, Dahisar now is really where 3 major transit lines will intersect. Can we think about Dahisar as a big jobs hub? Today, it has about 14,000 jobs per square kilometer. Can we talk about, you know, increasing it 10 times? We have sort of made an estimate that you can accommodate at least 2 million new jobs in this area. So now the question is, who goes after attracting those jobs? What kind of jobs do we attract? So I think that kind of work, who does, is really the question. You know, just some more maps, you know, we are happy to share. So, you know, it's possible to generate this kind of data now that we can sort of really, you know, make it a part of the planning. Just going back, I mean, and we all talk about, I mean, I'm going to end with this last slide. I mean, you know, we all talk about Hong Kong as like one of the big examples, but Hong Kong is as much as a real estate company. Hong Kong Metro is more a real estate company and then less a transport or an engineering or an operating company. And I think this, I mean, so the question is, I mean, to the panel is, do you agree that metros will need jobs density to get ridership numbers? And if you agree with that, you know, should metro companies think about building some capacity for property development, you know, or partner with a company that can help with the property development, whether it's in town and country planning or in the development authority? And can we think about jobs that we can locate at the metro station itself, right? 3-star hotels, coaching classes, schools, and, you know, how can we drive better collaboration then, you know, between development authority, you know, municipal corporation, so that together we can really put a lot of jobs within the 500 meters, but also then improve the last mile connectivity for the catchment of 2 kilometers, so that we really maximize sort of our metros. So, and the fact that today with 5th and 6th economic census and the 7th economic census data that will come out, we can actually have very detailed specialized jobs data that we can use to see, what are the economies, how can we attract more, what do they need, how can we provide for them. And so yeah, with that, I will pass it back to Jaya for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhav, for setting the context of the discussion today. And now I will move on to our panelists. We have 4 wonderful guests here with us today, very relevant to this conversation. First, we have Mr. NVS Reddy, Managing Director of the Hyderabad Metro Rail Limited. We have Mr. R.A. Rajiv, ex-Commissioner MMRDA. We also have with us Mr. Suresh Hari, who's the Chairman of CREDAI Bangalore. And we have Ms. Kanchana Krishnan, who's a Senior Real Estate Professional previously with JLL. And between the 4 of them, actually, we have several cities covered. So we have Hyderabad, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Chennai. Kanchana has been affiliated in Chennai for a long time. So this will be a very interesting conversation about, how to move densities, jobs near metros. I will start with you, Mr. Reddy. You were basically appointed Managing Director of Hyderabad Metro Rail in 2007. And in the same year, the central government approved the financial assistance for the metro to take off. Now, Hyderabad Metro Rail, for some of you who may not know, this is the 2nd longest operational metro in India after Delhi. And it has been, funded through a private-public partnership with the PPP, with the state government holding a minority equity stake. So it's a very different model of development of metros in the country. Now, Hyderabad adopted this different model for building the metro project. And the question to you, Mr. Reddy, is what are some of the benefits of this arrangement and what are some of the challenges?
Thank you, Jaya. My main thing, for going for a PPP was not for just resource mobilization for the project, but to tap private sector efficiency and private sector flexibility, which we don't
Recording
have,
stopped.
which we don't have in government. That was the major objective. So broadly, now that we have implemented the project and it has been in operation for the last 3 years, what I have seen the advantages, as far as advantages are concerned, one is faster and efficient resource mobilization. Okay. The way the financial closure happened in about 6 months, vis-a-vis a JICA loan or any other loan of about, say, 1.5 years, 2 years time, which most of the other metros have taken, that have seen as a major advantage. Second thing is the design innovation. Design innovation, you look at Hyderabad Metro's stations or Hyderabad Metro's depots, etc. They're, I say, with due respect, most of the metros in India are built in a very efficient construction management point of view, but the design point of view, they are nothing but replication of Indian railway mindset. Okay. Where most of these metros were actually designed and constructed by railway engineers. Here we have adopted a different model and it has resulted in very good. For example, see, in our depots, I have given 100 acres for 2 major depots. We could save almost 50% of that actually, see, with efficient design, and about 30% we have allowed them for commercial development, as Mr. Madhav was talking about, actually densification, bringing more jobs to nearer to the metro stations, and property development, so that actually see it cross subsidizes the passenger losses and all these things. We could do that. That was then faster construction and quality construction. We could ensure, because L&T knew that actually see they're just not contractors here. They are the ones also who have to maintain the system for 35 years or even 60 years of extended concession period. So they're very good faster construction and very good quality construction we could achieve here in Hyderabad as another thing. Then better procurement method we could adopt actually, which in government I couldn't have done that actually. So they could negotiate with different contractors in different rooms and keep telling each other, saying that, look, that chap is reducing price, you better reduce, you better give me these specs, higher specs, etc., which they could do in a private sector environment because they have the flexibility. Whereas in government, we are subject to CAG and vigilance and all sorts of constraints we have. So that was another thing I could see. Then because of design efficiency, we could achieve lower operational costs. For example, see today, if you look at Hyderabad Metro, we are running per kilometer, our employment is only about 19 or 20 people per kilometer, which is one of the lowest in the world, and our operational costs are lower than even Hong Kong and Singapore, which are considered to be very, very efficient. So these are some of the advantages of building a metro in PPP. But you have also asked about, do I talk about the challenges now or later? The challenges, if you talk about the challenges, the main problem in our country, okay, is still the socialist mindset. Both the bureaucrats have socialist mindset, people have socialist mindset, and some of the NGOs unfortunately are exploiting this socialist mindset for other benefits actually. So they would like to, with due respect, there are many good NGOs who are doing excellent work in most of the Indian cities, but some of them are unfortunately indulging in extortion, nothing short of extortion. We had any number of agitations, my effigy was burnt any number of times by any number of organizations. Media also projected that kind of thing as if L&T has come to Hyderabad Metro. Basically, it's a real estate project. It is to exploit. It is for expropriation, all sorts of things. That really set us back, in terms of construction. While very efficiently we were constructing on the one hand, any number of hurdles we faced, everywhere agitations, everywhere we had problems. So that socialist mindset was an unfortunate thing, saying equating Hyderabad Metro as a private metro and equating it with profit oriented, nothing else. Then another problem is high interest rates for a private metro vis-a-vis a government metro. While a government metro, okay, most of the other metros could access foreign financial institutions, JICA, etc., at say 2%, 1.5% to 2% interest rate. L&T has to pay 10% interest rate because banks, Indian banks have at the time charged 10% interest rate. Now it has come down to 9% interest. So it's almost, we have a debt burden of about 17,000 crore on 17,000 crore at now 9.8% is right now L&T is paying. So that's making a huge burden per annum. About 15 to 1600 crore per annum is the interest burden that is getting added. Right? We are making operational profits. This interest is killing us. That's one. Then absence of a long tenor. While JICA and other things are type 30-year tenor, okay, our Indian banks are only giving 10-year tenor. So after that, the red debt repayment starts. That is another major problem which the PPP metros are having in India. Then again, related to socialist mindset is exploitation. Right? Unfortunately, it's a fact. I have to state it. Political circles, bureaucratic circles, and even judicial circles. Whatever is possible, how much I can extract. Of course, these are not. I'm not talking on again, as Mr. Seth has said. Actually, I'm not talking on the government. I'm talking as an individual who has experienced what happened in this particular project. So how do we handle political corruption? How do we handle bureaucratic corruption? How do we handle judicial corruption? Is a major issue. Unless and until these issues are addressed, not many investors will come forward to develop metro projects in PPP mode. These are my broad observations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reddy. I will move on to you, Mr. Rajiv. Sir, you've been part of two incredible agencies. I mean, one is MMRDA, which is what they say, they're engaged in long-term planning, promotion of new growth centers, implementation of strategic projects, and financing infrastructure development in the Mumbai region. And the second is the Maha Mumbai Metro Operation Corporation Limited, which was set up while you were there. And basically, the idea was to execute property development and construct or maintain or lease out various facilities in relation to rail transport systems. And then, there has been work that we have done with you on intermodal connectivity and things of that nature. Now, so you brought in a lot of investments in high impact, mega transport infra projects in Mumbai. But in terms of land use and transport integration, what were some of the successes and what could have been done better? So you're muted.
Yeah. No. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here and amongst the enlightened speakers in the morning. My revered senior Mr. O.P. Agrawal raised very pertinent issues about the viability of metros, its ridership issues, and somewhere the disconnect between the land use planning in the urban areas with the metro network systems which are happening in most of the cities in India. I've been associated with MMRDA, where we were constructing, planning and constructing around 347 kilometers of metro rail lines. Mumbai has been late entrenched to the metro world, except that in 2014, for the first metro was inaugurated. And it's the same year when major decisions were taken to start 337 kilometer metro network in Mumbai. And today we are almost constructing 200 kilometer of metro network in Mumbai. Out of that, 33 kilometers should have been done by the end of this year, I expect. So 33 kilometers of metro line, line 2, A and 7, what Mr. Madhav was talking about, will create a lot of job opportunities in these areas. See, when we are talking about Mumbai and the land use pattern and the job creations and the ridership issues, they are all interconnected issues. And the interconnectedness is so much that Mumbai is a place where, as Mr. Ajay said, who is my batchmate, also he's mentioned that that's the only place where per hour 40,000 people are riding the metros. Okay, so that type of densification you find in Mumbai. So Mumbai per se should not be a problem so far as ridership is concerned about the metro network. Okay, so that's not the case in Mumbai. But bringing in jobs near to the metro stations, so that the travel of people who at present in absence of viable public transport network in Mumbai, the percentage of travel by public transport reduced from 80% to almost 60%, because Mumbai is a public transport place where suburban trains have been historically carrying maximum people in the city from their workplaces to their home and vice versa. But the most important issue about it is that the lag which happened in the demand and supply of public transport spaces, now metro network which are being constructed will be complementing and supplementing those. Now, if you say that the ridership not being an issue, what is the issue which basically ails the travel pattern? And in this background, I'm really surprised that we have not even talked about that the COVID pandemic has completely changed the way people have been traveling in cities, and especially in densely populated cities like Mumbai. And believe me, mostly the pattern of travel are going to be affected largely because of in future as well. So we have to take that into account, and we have also to take into account the climate change impact on the city's travel patterns and etc. So all this, time being very short, let me come to the issue of how you can revitalize the city so that people travel less apart from the metro public transport network or the suburban network, and go to their work and come back nearer to their places of stations and home. Where the new concept, because of pandemic, has also come work from home, but more than work from home, the other concept which has come from work from a place which is nearer to your home. So because most of the people living in Mumbai do not get a nice place in their own home to do video conferencing and to work from home. So they are searching for a place which is outside their home, but nearer to their home, where they can walk or cycle and go to these places. So what is needed is that the urban land use should be allowing, in a way, is sort of mixed use, where residential colonies should also be allowing workplaces in their campus, some of the leave and license agreements which are being granted for only residential purpose should also be allowing people to use those places as work from home offices, right? So that way, this gap between the demand and supply of workplaces nearer to metro stations can be filled in. Okay, so those people who cannot work from home but still need a place nearer to their home or the metro stations can use such places. So there is this policy intervention which is much more needed. Along with that, the transit-oriented development policy draft policy was framed during my time, and we have submitted to the state government. The state government is actively considering that. Mumbai is a place where government can do very little so far as workplaces are concerned, apart from creating enabling provisions for people to construct workplaces nearer to the metro stations. So in the TOD policy, what we have done is we have provided higher FSI spaces to commercial spaces also, mixed use buildings also nearer to the metro stations. So if that TOD policy is approved and accepted by state government, the landscape of Mumbai will gradually in next 10 years will change where the workplaces will be nearer to the metro stations. As Mr. Pai also showed the map where 2A and 7, the Hisar node is getting developed and all these things. These are enabling provisions, and this is going to happen. The TOD policy, the impact of pandemic, the impact of climate change, we have to internalize all these things into our policy framework to bring people nearer to the metro stations to work from home or move from home to workplaces and all. Along with that, let me also tell you that the roads of cities have to be redesigned properly. How to, as Ajay was talking about it, that pedestrians have been edged out, cyclists have been edged out, they have to be brought back to the city. There is a mindset blockage amongst the civil engineers, the road civil engineers and planners, that the carriageway width of the roads cannot be reduced. It will create more congestions. No, you reduce less. You reduce these spaces at present used for cars and create more spaces for cyclists, create more spaces for pedestrians, and you will see that you will be moving more people on the roads than at present who are going through the using cars and all, etc., etc. So there has to be a movement. Our cities have been planned for cars and cars only. Okay, the cities have to be replanned, redesigned for cyclists and for pedestrians. So if you do that, even if cities are not dense like Delhi, New Delhi is not a dense city, but there now the present government is creating cyclist space and all those type of things. But if you do that, even metro will get more ridership. Okay, so you cannot come out of metro and take a car and taxi and go to a place. That type of concept, if you are creating that type of cities you are creating, you are not going to be successful about making metros viable. You have to create an urban space where people coming out of metro should be feeling safe in walking, should be feeling safe in cycling and going to their place of work or going to their place of stay or home. That way, all these cities have to take a deliberate steps. Paris has given that example internationally to the world, that if they are transforming the road designs, the engineering design of the road itself, they are creating more cyclists and pedestrians use on the road, and people are happier. So in the backdrop of pandemic, if you have to make a healthier city, if you want to make a happy city, you have to create more spaces for cyclists, you have to create more spaces for pedestrians along with metro network, you will see that city becomes livable, it becomes inclusive, it becomes resilient, and it will be able to handle climate change in a more effective and efficient manner. I have raised issues. If there are questions, I can answer on those. But due to paucity of time, I cannot go into details of each and every point which I have mentioned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajiv sir. We will come back to you, circle back on the FSI point. And actually taking a thread from there, now we know that having more jobs along the mass rapid transit corridors would enhance city competitiveness, improve mobility. But despite of the focus of cities like Mumbai, Delhi, and Bengaluru on TOD, along the mass rapid corridors, our studies have found that large-scale employers find it difficult to locate near the metro rail network. Now, while the city governments have been offering higher FSIs and FARs along the corridor as incentive, the developers are unable to tap into this potential. So now coming to you, Mr. Hari, as somebody who is part of the real estate industry, what are the barriers that you feel are present to locating development near mass transit corridors? You're muted, Mr. Hari.
Thank you. So thank you all the speakers ahead of me who put a lot of positive points, except of course real estate is one angle which I've been constantly hearing about. Thank you, Madhav, for setting the tone for the context for the whole discussion, and of course Ajay and Agarwal had a wonderful presentation earlier. Now coming to the impediment or challenges, see, let us first look at why these metros were designed first of all. If you take it, see, I myself used Bangalore Metro when it was launched because I found it is one of seamless travel is something which I would like to. I'm not looking at a social status, or if you take it as a mass transport, I would not like to crowd and go because I would be so discomforted with the travel of crowd and I won't be able to be productive in my end result. So I need a comfort of travel that is addressed by the metro, by the comfort of travel and the cleanliness of travel. And of course, if you look at the cost factor, that is where the economic angle and the economic community around angle is where the conflict of interest comes. Somebody talks about the fare that you pay, then you are not looking at metro as only a mass transport. Now, having created it, you are looking at how to make it more ridership and usability for the profitability. I do agree they need to survive on this. Now look at the challenges of developers. What are the industries that can come, or the people who can occupy the line of metro? The CDP has come out with various support systems. I do agree. The FARs have been increased. All that is fine. But still, a lot of systems have clogs in the wheel. They don't make it easily transferable into a productive mind for us to work on it. See, we will go, we are a honeybee. If there is honey, definitely we'll go. We are not going to stop it. But do you see that going? No, because the honey is there, but it's not suitable for us. What do we do with that honey? It is also chemical honey, which is not useful for us. So we need to make it much more attractive. What are the type of industries and occupants that can come here? It can be only service, institutions, or colleges, or public spaces which are used by many. Then, it becomes a transport issue, looked at it. And maybe a software related industries can come. We can have commercial build spaces for them. Homes for equally who are employed in these segments can be a space here. But where are the space available? Even if there is no space available, we don't mind. Don't restrict your FAR availability to the closest vicinity of metro. If you want to improve the metro usability, look at it at a wider angle. How to make people use the metro. Metro should address the need of faster movement. That is what seamless movement. If I take my vehicle and move around, which takes me about 1.5 to 2 hours, and many times with all Google Map and other things, the traffic condition, I may get stuck because sometimes the road is very bad. So if I am able to move from point A to point B in a given time with a specific appointment, I am productively using my time. How do you make it happen? Don't look at the nearest vicinity of the metro line alone to be the access area for you to make a development. Make it little accessible and make user-friendly the metro situation. Now, do we have, people like us who have, we don't mind driving into a metro spot, park ourselves and jump into the metro. We don't mind doing that. But are we able to do that? We don't have parking spaces. We have to use the public transport again. to reach the metro. You may have a feeder services coming in, but still they are not comfortable for me to use it. So that is one impediment for us. We look at where metro is particularly posing a challenge for people who can really use it. More and more use it. We will be definitely using it. If you go to the Western countries, it is not the class of people who use it. It is the type, it is the amount of people who use it. They use it for the purpose it is meant for. Now we are looking at ridership mixed with employability. All that is, I think we are going into a tangent now. We should look at, with the existing metro, how we can develop. The city developers should come forward and say, don't restrict your development benefit to the nearest vicinity of metro, because one is land is not available. We cannot develop anything there. You make it nearer area and make access to these metro stations much more easier. That will make it more functionally possible than what is it today. And of course, we have to look at affordable homes. Cannot be much of a choice here in this segment because of the cost. CBD areas are very expensive. We cannot put affordable housing in this section unless otherwise the government comes out and says affordable home you put with almost 5 times the FAR that is available, so that mass people can move in there and stay there. Then that makes it attractive. Otherwise, it's not viable for us to move. But city developers and the planners and the developers are in conflict always. We look at the given space to be properly utilized and developed, so that in an available small space, we can multiple develop that. If you say, take Newark building next to next 50 or 100 floors are no problem. Here they cry wolf, we want a setback. See, the technology has grown. So to have a firefighting equipment, they don't want buildings to. We are wasting our resources. We are wasting our spaces. We are creating artificial demand for land. We are creating unnecessary competition in the space. Make everything transparent. Make everything humanless interface for sanction. Then it will be a proper place for us to work, for efficient way to work, and it is monitorable very easily. And metro can be really a success story. One is connectivity and interchange is easy. For example, if you take Bangalore Metro at Kempagoda terminal, if you have to change from one line to other line, I have to literally run a couple of bridges and escalators to reach the other terminal. Yeah, it becomes a challenge in a smaller setup like this itself. It's a challenge. I don't know why technically it was not possible for you to make a easy access between change of lines, but it is somehow, I think, designers must be the challenges. I am not questioning their efficiency, why they designed it. But these are the challenges we are facing. We need to make it efficient for commuters and comfort for reaching the metro station, the usable, deployable resources around the metro and little extended areas, not just in the vicinity of metro. They mark it as 200 meters, 300 meters. That will not suffice. There are no space of land available for development. They need to make it applicable to a little radius of area around metro, which can be developed with access, with all regulation in place. I'm not telling blind regulation. Bangalore, if you take, in 50s and 60s or till almost 2000 until Y2K came, it was all a public sector domain. It was all the public sector buses. We can see HAR, BHL queues running in the road. Still, they were moving fast, but they're all gone now. But still, we are stuck in traffic because people have no proper public transport. Let us be honest about it. I need to depend on my vehicle to move around. I have no choice because I have to finish my job when I move out. These are some of the points I have. Of course, city developers, comprehensive development plan is coming now. If they look into it seriously, the government is serious about it this time. The other day, the government minister was talking to us. He said he's going to make it wonderful for the city. Let us expect that to happen. Maybe metro should be also part of such a development plan that is being discussed. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Hari. Ms. Kanchana, over to you now. Now, you advise corporates on their real estate strategy, where they should buy, where they should locate, their expansion plans, etc. Now, what conditions do different types of businesses and, big and small, so consider a big footprint business like we mentioned, Flipkart, which has a huge requirement, and a small one like an MSME or a startup or, some small shop. What are they looking for when choosing a location in a city? And how do you go about advising them?
Thank you, Jaya. I think there are a few large parameters that every corporate or every retailer will, office and retail works different way. So there are two different asset classes. So I will give you some large parameters that every corporate looks at before finalizing a country or a city. For example, they will look at availability of talent, cost of talent, availability of real estate, cost of real estate, physical infrastructure, social infrastructure, regulatory framework, political stability, ease of doing business, and of course, financial SOPs. These are some of the large parameters that every corporate revolves around before finalizing a location or a city. In fact, Madhav, when he started, he was talking about how will we integrate jobs along with metros. I think I'm cognizant of the time here. So if you look at India's office stock, India's commercial office stock today is over 650 million square feet. And if you take specifically Bangalore, Bangalore is over 150 million square feet. About 55% of every years of leasing in India happens between the three cities in the south, which is which is Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Chennai. And all these stock are located on the suburban and the peripheries of each city. The core of the city is already strained. So most of these buildings or jobs are located on the peripheries. So if the connectivity, of course, up to the last mile connectivity is there up to that specific location, for example, Whitefield, Electronic City in Bangalore, OMR in Chennai, if that connectivity is taken care of, I think people will start using metros. So probably it's still a work in progress, which we are seeing in most of the cities. So I think that those aspects are very, very important. If people have to take metro, if people have to start using, I think this aspect needs to be sought, because 150 million square feet of stock in Bangalore is on the peripheries only. So how will we bring jobs closer to metro unless everything is holistically complete? So I think that aspect is very important for anyone to, start using metro. That's on the office segment. You were touching on retail, for example, the Flipkarts and the retail of the world. So retail, if you look at a recent study has shown transit retail, that's what we're talking about. How will we integrate metro and the transit retail? Transit retail currently in India is about $2.1 billion business. And a recent Knight Frank report suggested that by 2030, it's going to be increased to $21 billion. So that's the kind of potential that transit retail offers. But there are also different, one size never fits all. There is something called inward retail and outward retail. For example, the retailing that works in airports may not work in bus stations or metros. So the audience is different, the demography, people, consumer preferences, space availability, how much of space, if you own large format shops, what kind of space can you give inside a metro station, or what kind of location are retailers looking at? It's a big topic. So I think these are some of the macro points that every retailer or companies look at before keying in on any final city, Jaya.
Thank you so much, Kanchana. Now, Mr. Reddy, sir, over to you, and we'll make this round very quick. So if you could limit your responses to just a couple of minutes. So you basically said that, one of the benefits of having L&T and the PPP approach was basically the financial and resource closure was quick, on the portfolio. Now, how does that apply to developments along metro station? What are the pressures, or what is the kind of thought around the developments around the metro corridor? How will you bring in, revenue through development over there? And, that is part of the link to jobs as well around metro. And also, is there a thought on any kind of a, revenue sharing or financing model to upgrade the public infrastructure around those corridors? Because like Mr. Hari pointed out, that is a big point for employers to consider when they're locating in such areas.
Well, basically, what we are trying to do here in Hyderabad is, one is encouraging transit-oriented development. Mixed land use we are permitting along the mass transit corridors. That's one aspect. Second thing is FSI or FAR, we have substantially increased, along the mass transit corridors. These two, okay, will give a good opportunity, as Ms. Kanchana was also pointing out. Actually, see now, unfortunately, the same trend, what you see in Bangalore and Hyderabad, also the same trend. Most of the jobs are being created because most of the mega structures, so all these multi-story towers are coming from the outskirts. We are trying to bring them back to the core of the city. It has a number of challenges. So this basic concession we have given. And Hyderabad Metro itself we have designed in such a way that out of the 269 acre land, which was originally planned for Hyderabad Metro, when Hyderabad Metro was designed as a government project, I said through engineering innovation, you can save land at each depot about 30 acres. And then stations also, with engineering innovation, we have created the space available at about 117 acre land is now available. We are contacting different builders actually. See, please come and build here. There are certain restrictions. Those restrictions also we want to further remove. That's one aspect I can think of. Then second thing is see, as already it's being discussed actually. See, metro is not a simple engineering solution. It has to be seen as an opportunity to redesign an Indian city as a people-friendly green city. So what we are doing is actually see, we would like to encourage, we would like to make Hyderabad metro stations or any metro stations in India, okay, as hubs of activity. You can practically see we have a lot of Wi-Fi because a lot of fiber is laid as a part of the metro construction activity. The fiber can be made use of, and I say work from home now has become a major thing. And another thing is actually see, instead of having mega towers for locating the buildings, we can disperse these things along the metro, near the metro stations or on the metro stations itself. Plenty of space is available. That's one aspect. Second aspect is to redesign Indian cities. Okay, we have to create quality public space at as many places as possible at the metro stations and redesign. See, again, create pedestrian facilities. Okay, so what we are again, land value capture is another thing which we haven't done in most of the Indian cities. We have to use, there will have to be incentives for public transport and disincentives for private transport, which has not yet happened which has happened in most developed countries, but in India it has not yet happened. So that needs to be done. And multimodal integration is another aspect. Unless and until you bring multimodal integration, whether it's airport, seaport, or the railways, main rail lines, and all these things, create seamless travel facility for these people. That with those things, actually, people will, more and more people will use metro. The ridership will go up. It should be a symbiotic relationship between ridership and the property which you are developing at the metro stations. Ridership should encourage property value. Property value can get enhanced, and property which you are creating should increase the ridership. That's a symbiotic relationship. If you're able to create at the metro stations, that will become a success story for the metros. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Rajiv, sir, coming to you. Now, you talked about the higher FSI and some of the things that the TOD policy is trying to do in Mumbai. And also, the question is, have you spoken to some of these job generators about the demand? Kanchana mentioned some very impressive numbers in terms of the real estate that is going to be developed in various cities, especially in the office and retail sector. And also, Mr. Reddy talked about how these stations need to be developed as hubs of activity. But what is the kind of demand? Like, will each station be able to attract that? And have you spoken to some of these private players to understand, what their requirements are? Is there demand, and is there the wish to kind of locate in such corridors? So you're muted.
Yeah, we have been interacting with most of these people, the commercial property developers, and see, MMRDA head office itself is located in BKC, and the whole of BKC area, which is the commercial hub, has been created by MMRDA. BKC at present generates almost 4% of national GDP from this area, as many companies and as many people are here. So BKC is going to have 2 metro lines passing through BKC area. One will be the underground line 3, and another will be the line 2A and 2B, which will connect the east and west up to Andheri and all. The Hisar. So BKC itself will become a hub for generating more, bringing in more workforce here, and a lot of land still available in BKC for development and redevelopment. So people have been talking about it. Wadala is another growth center which MMRDA has been developing. And the moment Wadala monorail got connected to Wadala, the developers were selling Wadala as a well-connected space with monorail and this and that. So most of the developers who are now going to have their projects in and around the metro stations, they have already internalized the benefits of metro stations being very nearby. MMRDA, while I was there, we came up with a policy of connecting metro stations to the commercial centers or the shopping malls, or even to residential colonies, bigger residential colonies, if the developers wanted it to get it connected seamlessly. So we devised a policy by which the part of private developer or the commercial property, private property, they will be constructing the skywalk, and the rest of it will be constructed by MMRDA. So that way we wanted that this seamless, so that people do not need to come down on the road and again enter all these premises, and they can seamlessly travel from the metro stations to all these commercial properties. That is getting coming in shape as few of such projects have already been approved during my time there, and those skywalks are being constructed. Likewise, the TOD policy which we proposed up to the first floor podium level, it is all the private buildings like Hong Kong will be available for common public to move on from one building to the other building. So that way, the seamless movement of people will happen, which will bring in more mixed use land development in the redevelopment of the property eventually, which when it takes place. So the next decade or so, some of the metro lines areas will go for redevelopment. I am sure of it, because they will be getting higher FSI there. So 3 FSI, we have said that in the metro corridor of 50 meters, because if you give more than 50 meters of this corridor, whole of Mumbai gets covered. Okay, so because you see both sides are the sea, and Mumbai is a long island which has been connected. So if you give more than 100 meters of radius along the metro stations, then all of Mumbai gets covered by the TOD policy. So that is not being the case. We have limited ourselves to the 50 meters of the area radius. So in that 50 meters, you will be able to travel from the station to different buildings without going to the road level and walking on the street in these streets. That will happen. So that type of design we have tried to bring in the TOD policy, which is, as I said, is pending with the state government for that. Out of that additional 3 FSI, which developers will be getting, that 3 FSI, the development charges will be coming to MMRDA so that its public transport projects can get funded. MMRDA is one single organization in this country which does not take any money from Government of India or the state government for constructing its own public transport system. So in that respect, it is required that its financial resources are sources for funding is open, and TOD policy is going to be one such source of funding to the MMRDA's public transport projects. So I think that way the excess FSI and all these commercial properties which are going to come nearby are certainly going to internalize the fact that metro will create more footfalls in their areas. And most of the advertisements where we see that even the residential properties or the commercial properties are being located near the metros, they are selling it, saying that this is the added advantage being nearer to the metro stations. So they are already getting the profit benefit of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And I think the next question and tying into that is basically what Mr. Hari said earlier is the economics of sort of locating near transit. And Mr. Hari, you were talking about two things. I mean, one is the economics, the other is sort of the built form, the walkability, the access and all of that, which are all very important. And it's sort of a chicken and egg situation, because if you locate in the peripheries, the density of infrastructure is not good. You don't have access to services. Whereas if you locate near these, infrastructure dense areas, then you have access to many things. And that's where a lot of jobs and job providers, generators would want to ideally locate. Now, public goods are an area revitalization as such is seen as, public responsibility, like a government function. But how can developers support in the improvements in the public realm in creating this walkable urban form, especially to kind of, regenerate these areas which are around mass transit?
Yeah, the existing space doesn't allow us to do much of a change in the existing facilities that are there. Only way is the sensible and the very responsible development is very important. Let us agree on that. A city like Bangalore, the space has become a big challenge for all of us. Whatever space is available, and with the regulator coming in place, the RERA coming in place, there is much more semblance of order and discipline in the market. Otherwise, it was a mayhem. I can say people who had a piece of land became a developer, and that is where the mess started in Bangalore. Now at least it is a little more better. But what we have to do is, one is the access road with internal city connectivity roads. All that is all a challenge. Many of the leaders, the other officers who are here, who have gone into the other space now, are aware how the public transport is a mess in Bangalore. If you see, we don't have a proper access area to work. But as a developer, we certainly, if a space is given for a consortium of developers to be taken care of, what we can suggest is metro has an easy access of when the metro corporation comes into place. They have better access to acquire a piece of land for a particular development. Maybe the stretch of land they acquire on the periphery should be little more extent. Let us make it commercially viable for them as well as the developers they come to play. Then, it becomes more organized and with a different set of rules governing those areas. We have to make it very successful means for us to also make money out of it. At the same time, it becomes economically viable, and the metro also, the corporation stand to gain from that. That is where the partnership will work. Otherwise, with the existing setup, we don't have space to do anything much more than what is available now. So we have to look at how on the existing space we can work. If space is given to us, if we go to acquire, we cannot acquire these spaces because the challenges on acquisition by us are different compared to what the government can do or a corporation can do. So that benefit, if they can pass on, then I think it can be a partnership model can be worked out. PPP model where the corporation brings on board. In Bangalore, BDA had taken on board some of the developers to develop affordable homes in areas on a partnership basis. They are a good model. So similar model can be looked into it. Suppose development on the metro lines have to be done. Metro can acquire these lands and come on a partnership basis. So all can share these wonderful development and make it viable. Of course, we have to look at, see, now that the lines and the routes have been marked, we have to see how best the existing areas can be multi-developed, or look at how to bring in the ridership more, because the cost of metro is becoming more and more costly because of the more delay, more the cost of their kilometer is increasing. So it may be becoming unviable for them to look at the cost that they realize on the fare that they charge. So the economic angle comes to play there. Economy is not something which has to be overridden by the government support. the private developers like us who can take part in these development on the peripheral areas, which are taken over by metro to corporations by a greater extent and shared with the private developers to be part of the development. We can pump in resources to develop these areas. We have no problem in developing. As long as the land is viable for us to develop, we are ready to develop.
Thank you, Mr. Hari. Kanchana, we'll close this with you because we are quite delayed for the next session. So we'll just end it over here with you. But some last thoughts, what are some of the incentives if we go to the next level of, what are some of the incentives that we can provide to job generators to locate near these transit areas, and also any words of caution or trade-offs that we should also be thinking about?
Jaya, I think my thoughts on this is jobs are, those numbers that I mentioned earlier, take it Bangalore, or every year, India churns about on an average 30 to 35 million square feet. That's the absorption of office absorption every year for India. And so you can actually look at the potential a country like India has. We're a vast economy and the potential is ever growing and unprecedented potential we have. Only thing is, it's a no-brainer. Infrastructure and real estate are like conjoined twins. One depends on the other. So there are two most important engines for any city's real estate growth. So my point is, I'm not too sure how can we bring in jobs into core city, because first of all, there's no land available. And already 60 to 65% of existing supply of commercial stock or jobs are already located in one location, which is connected by road now. And certain cities are definitely connected by metros. But I think last mile connectivity to these job areas will increase ridership for metro. That's the only way we can increase, ridership for people commuting, and last mile connectivity is also very important. Those areas are also very important. So those are the things that comes to my mind when you ask me how can we increase ridership for Metro, Jaya. I don't know if I missed your question anywhere here.
No, thank you, Kanchana. And I will have to close now unless anyone has any parting thoughts. Madhav, anything that you would like to add? You're on mute, Madhav.
No, just thank you for the excellent conversation. We are delayed. I think the speaker's waiting for the next session. So let's close it.
And we will continue this at a later point. But thank you, everyone, for joining. And over to you, Rajit. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Jaya, for excellent moderation. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jaya. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kanchana. Thank you very much for joining. Hi, Nilesh. Hi, Mriganka. Sorry, we were a little late. You're muted, Nilesh.
Madhav.
Hi, sorry. Hi, Brinda.
Hello. Hi.
All right, we are live right now. So I just request all our panelists to switch on their videos and rename themselves in case I think not everybody is named.
Rajit, am I audible?
Yes, Nilesh.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Rajit, can you hear me? This is Mukut.
Yes, Mr. Mukut, we can hear.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we have everybody. Madam Uma, can you rename yourself as, yeah, all right.
Yes, I just did.
All right. Thank you very much. I think it's time to start. So very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome to the session on Delhi Metro. We will be talking about land use transport integration, which is a complex issue because of multiple jurisdictions, multiple states involved in the Delhi region. My name is Rajit Matthews. I'm the Director for Urban Development at WRI India. I am delighted to invite a panel here, which is a pan-India panel. I'll start with Ms. Uma Adusumilli. She is the former Chief of Planning at the Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority, where she has looked at regional planning and development, financing, and coordination. She has also previously worked at SIDCO and has contributed to research projects both at national and international levels. Welcome, ma'am. I'd like to then introduce Mr. Mukut Sharma. He is a transit-oriented development expert at NCRTC. He has over 30 years of experience in the planning and implementation of infrastructure projects in the urban domain. He has previously worked as Director of Capital Projects and Infrastructure at PwC. Thank you, Professor Kala. I'd like to now introduce Ms. Brinda Shastri. She's an urban planner and adjunct faculty at RV College of Architecture in Bangalore. She has worked on projects such as the Bangalore Metropolitan Region Development Plan, the Bangalore City Master Plan, and also she has previously been with the Portland Authority as an urban planner for several years. Thank you, Brinda, for coming today. I'd now like to introduce Ms. Mriganka Saxena. She's an architect and urban planner. She is the founding partner at Habitat Tectonics. She has worked in the public and private sector with a focus on transit-oriented development and sustainable urban planning. She has co-authored the TOD policy for Delhi during the master plan of 2021. Thank you, Mriganka, for joining us. We also have Nilesh Adhyaksha. He is the project coordinator for the ongoing Delhi Master Plan 2041. He has, this is of course from NIUA, where he is the project coordinator. He has previously worked with IPE Global, the IDFC Foundation, and other such institutions. Key professional assignments have included development of livability standards for cities, which was through Mahua, and other initiatives like property tax reports. Thank you very much to the panel for joining us today. I would request my Neha Lal to set a context presentation for us. Neha, on to you.
Thank you, Rajiv. I will briefly run us through a presentation, and I will share my screen to set the context for today's discussion. I hope my screen is visible to everybody. Yes. So just starting off with some background.
Recording in progress.
Unique case that the Delhi Metro presents to us. As a multi-city, multi-state network, it connects over 7 key nodes across 4 states within the capital's metropolitan region and runs across Delhi's urban agglomeration, which houses about 30 million people. Because of its multi-state, multi-city network, it sort of operates across a large area and hence is the largest MRTS network in India at about 389 kilometers with 285 stations, also making it the 5th largest MRTS network in the world. Given its scale of operations, it has served as a trendsetter and knowledge partner for other million-plus cities, both in India and abroad, which are currently in the process of building MRTS infrastructure in their respective cities. So the Delhi Metro has actually been not just a catalyst of urban growth, but an instrumental force in defining how and where this new urban growth is coming in. And we see that as it gets announced and the first sort of alignments take place over the last 2 decades, which the maps on the bottom show us, starting from 2002, as the new sort of phase-wise expansion starts taking place, it starts to define where this new growth is taking place and a trend that we see likely to continue in the future. And if you look at the last map, which shows the new projected built up till 2030 in the 50-kilometer buffer, we see that this new built up will also be very closely wound up with the transit corridors and the MRTS alignments. Now, though this impact has been significant, we see that it's quite differentiated across the region, the core acting differently than the periphery. Within the core, which we see through the comparative maps here in terms of Lado Sarai and Saki, we see an increase in land values. We also see the core sort of having change in modal choices, densification and infilling. But what we see around the peripheral areas in Delhi's urban agglomeration is a dramatic sort of explosion of new built up. And we see that within Noida itself, as the Aqua Line sort of comes into operation, there's an explosion of new built up right along the MRTS transit corridor and its catchment areas. Not only has the Delhi Metro, shaped urban growth, but it has also enabled the entire spatial economic geography of Delhi NCR to act as, one economic geography and enable Delhi NCR to have a common labor pool in order to sort of accrue the agglomeration economic benefits that come from it. And the blue dots here sort of looking at the presence of economic establishments, and we can see how close they are to the metro network here, indicating that sort of facilitation that MRTS network has allowed, making it possible for many of us even to come in from Ghaziabad to Gurgaon, Faridabad to Noida, and make that journey to transit and otherwise in almost under 1 hour. Now, as this multi-state and multi-city network operates, we kind of realize the complex terrain that it sort of traverses, operating across multiple jurisdictions. And DMRC network currently operates across 12 disparate land use plans and 6 jurisdictions, indicating the kind of complexity that it works with, and also insisting on the need for harmonizing these, disparate plans and the kind of varied approaches that the provisionings and the guidelines within these plans and policies sort of that is needed urgently. And our review of existing policy and planning provisions, including the policy guidelines and frameworks, as well as statutory plans and regulations across the 10 parameters that are listed here, from density conditions and FAR incentives to other factors like multimodal integration or parking, sort of hint at some of these commonalities and disjuncts that currently exist across the NCR states, within these provisions. And due to the paucity of time, I will probably not go into each of these, but taking a few examples to illustrate some of these disjuncts or variations. For instance, if we look at the FAR incentives, the national TOD policy sets a minimum FAR limit of 300 to 500, also depending on the city size and other considerations like location, plot size, so on and so forth. Now we see Delhi sort of setting a relatively higher standard for the maximum FAR limit for TOD schemes at 500 in comparison to other states within NCR like Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, which have a relatively lower sort of FAR limit. For Haryana, the residential and commercial properties within the TOD influence zone can exploit an FAR band from 350 to going up to 250 going up to 350, depending on where you're located, your distance from the metro. In UP, this is further sort of diversified in terms of where you are in terms of brownfield and greenfield development. Similarly, if we look at multimodal integration or other factors like parking and last mile connectivity, it kind of indicates how Delhi has sort of been a front runner in some sense, with its early foray with the TOD policy and establishment of UTPEC and other cities and states sort of playing catch up. So if we look at parking norms, the recently announced draft MPD 2041 gives very strict sort of parking prohibitions within the MRTS zones for Delhi to enable non-motorized transport modes, something that is absent for other cities and their guidelines. And if you look at multimodal integration, again, Delhi sort of putting in place these goals for fundamental infrastructure like multimodal transit hubs, or identifying certain about 12 different MRTS stations as integrated development nodes. While the focus of Haryana and Uttar Pradesh remains slightly different, Haryana focusing on regional integration of its MRTS and interstate bus system and its guidelines and development area plans, while Noida sort of focusing on developing regulations for DMIC corridors. So with that, just starting off with a few questions and handing over back to Rijit to take the discussion forward. Given this unique sort of geography that Delhi Metro Rail has, and the variations and disjuncts in the guidelines and policy provisions as it sort of traverses these different jurisdictions, how do we facilitate land use transport integration? And how do these interjurisdictional guidelines be better synchronized at both short-term and long-term strategies to do the same, to build a more thriving ecosystem where we can leverage the benefits that accrue from this infrastructure? And I'll stop here and hand over back to Richard.
Thank you, Neha. I'd like to start opening with Mr. Mukul Sharma. And also for all panelists, land use transfer integration, we're taking it as a given, it's not a question. Our complexity here is that it actually cuts across several jurisdictions. There's multiple states, multiple priorities, political priorities, all of that going on as well. Mr. Mukul Sharma, you have worked both in the Delhi Metro Rail at some point, and you're currently with the Regional Rapid Transit System as well. It's a very ambitious system that you're working on. How are you thinking at such a large scale of thinking about compact connected growth, and then bringing all that into some sort of a common guidance framework, because you are dealing with multiple states, multiple jurisdictions? What learnings are there, even for the DMRCL, considering your work in both systems?
Yeah, thank you very much, Rijit. So yes, I have been involved with the Delhi Metro long time ago, but those days we did not speak about transit-oriented development and value capture financing and all that. So I will talk about it more from the context of the RRTS project for NCRTC. So I would say that the RRTS project of NCRTC is one of the first projects where, transit-oriented development, value capture financing, and land value capture has been taken on board right from the initial stages of the project. And that is, when I say that, it's from the, right from the DPR stages, right? So what that basically means is that even at the DPR stage, we identified potential areas where transit-oriented development could take place. Now, what that basically means is, unlike conventional metro projects, where you have either have a corridor of say 500 meters or an area of 500 meters around the station and all that, RRTS project is one which is, because it's a regional connectivity project, unlike a metro project, these stations are much further apart, right? So here the catchment is also larger for the transport project. So we have been, talking about an influence zone of 1.5 kilometers around the station, as compared to 500 meters that we had. And this particular influence zone of 1.5 kilometers has already been approved in Uttar Pradesh as well as Haryana. Right, so that is where we are. And then basically, apart from the influence zone around the station, there are 4 other large areas which have also been identified along the Delhi-Meerut corridor, which are basically large greenfield areas, from to 400 hectare areas, which have the potential of, TOD-based development close to the stations. So they could be like either overlapping with the influence zone of the station or just outside it. So what that basically means is with NMT and with last mile connectivity specifically arranged for these TOD, for these areas, it is possible to bring in these large TOD areas also into the picture. And there are 4 of them around the Delhi-Meerut corridor alone. So these are opportunities which are quite unique when it comes to the RRTS project. And at this point of time, I'm able to speak only about the Delhi-Meerut corridor because Delhi, Alwar is still under approval. So right from the beginning, we have been actively working together with the government of UP and the development authorities of Ghaziabad and Meerut. It so happens, and it's such an opportune moment for all of us that we are currently in a phase where the Master Plan 2031 for GDA, for MDA, as well as for Delhi is currently under preparation. And so is the regional plan for NCR 2041. All this is happening concurrently. So so we are working very closely with the development authorities of Ghaziabad and Meerut, so that these large TOD zones which have been identified and which we have helped the development authorities delineate. So that has been done. And what currently the development authorities are doing is incorporating these TOD areas onto their master plans, which are under preparation, GIS-based master plans, which are under preparation. And the intent would be to kind of, once that is done, then to dovetail it into the regional plans and the transport plan for the NCR, right? So that is what we are trying to do on the integration side. What we also understand is that all this, in order to operationalize all this, what we also need to look at the regulatory aspects. So yes, UP does have a TOD policy and we spoke about it, but this policy has so far not been tested on any TOD project. So that is what, kind of what we are looking at. What we would also like to do, as Neha mentioned, if Delhi is, the TOD policy has progressed a little bit more as compared to UP, and so has Haryana, I would say, because the Haryana TOD policy, there have already been 20+ amendments to the policy. And those amendments have been brought about because, those are the issues which have come up as they have tried to operationalize the policy, right? So we would like to take the benefit of, all those things which are happening in respect of the policies. So accordingly, with the government of UP, we are also working on the TOD policy, what we need to do to operationalize these large TOD areas. And the other aspect is the building regulations, because the two go hand in hand. I mean, you can't have your developments based on TOD policies, updated TOD policies with the old building regulations. So I would stop at that. I mean, that is what we are basically trying to do in respect of the RRTS project. Thanks, Ricky.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to go to Uma Adusumilli next. Ma'am, as you heard Mr. Mukund Sharma talking, it's very important to integrate all of this into, say, master plans, into regional plans. And the region of Mumbai is also implementing a very ambitious metro rail through MMRDA, through MMRCL, etc. But while a regional authority like MMRDA can ensure guidance, and even show it in the plan, etc., NCRPB, sort of the counterpart here, what incentives are required to ensure, say, coordination, cooperation, or even compliance? Because one is to have it, on plans, on paper, etc. But what is a good way to ensure that it happens? Is it devolution of finance? I mean, what has been your experience, ma'am, to ensure this across multiple jurisdictions?
Yeah, we had tried a number of measures in this direction. Some of them were not necessarily tried only for metro, because we were in the business of giving technical assistance and planning assistance and financial assistance to the various local bodies within the region. That legacy continued with metro with some additional things. So one of the things we did was to conduct regional transportation studies before new regional plan was made, and metro master plan was finalized. So the comprehensive transportation study actually identified and projected scenarios of how population and jobs will be are likely to be concentrated in different parts of the region. It projected number of scenarios. Then it used that as an input and land use as an input to arrive at certain transportation proposals. And each of those proposals were tested against the chosen 4 scenarios of population and employment dispersal. And the transport proposals that worked for all the scenarios were the ones that were prioritized for first implementation in phase 1. That's one good thing that happened. And similarly, while preparing the regional plan as well as the comprehensive transportation study, there were a number of consultations, extensive consultations with the constituent local authorities as well as other planning authorities within the region. Some of them are not local authorities, they're just planning authorities for special development areas. Also we have WUMTA in MMRDA, which I wouldn't say is extremely active. It currently works and is funded, works under MMRDA kind of indirectly and then funded totally by MMRDA. It doesn't have too much teeth independently, but at least as an institution and as a committee, it has been able to take on board the views of various local authorities. And I think what would be ideal is also you have a body like UMTA, which is extremely strong and independent, which does actually prepare the regional transportation policy and helps funding arrangements and does all the research and innovation into the transportation sector, but also guide the regional development authorities or any other transport implementing agency in terms of planning, designing, execution, etc. in other respects. But this UMTA, when it has strong teeth, if it is also represented by the constituent authorities, that will be very useful. And since MMRDA funds the entire metro network, I think that has also helped mellow down the constituent bodies, and they were consulted in while fixing the alignments, while fixing the stations, everything else. So to an extent, it was managed. I won't say it is totally conflict free, but then MMRDA is trying to recover the expenses that are being incurred over a long period of time through international financing by levying through the state government certain new charges within the region, which are to be either collected by the state government or the local authorities or by MMRDA, but all of them should flow ultimately into the metro networks, financing the metro networks.
Thank you, Uma. I'd like to go to Brinda Shastri next. Brinda, as you heard, sort of the regional issues of coordination, cooperation, agreements, different players need to come on board. But there's also the point of this network is not just an engineering network that gets built and agreed upon. It also has to touch the ground at some point, and it affects people's lives. The success of the system in many ways is also last mile connectivity. So putting this question to you in terms of, you've also seen images where, a core city like Delhi will not see much changes in built form. It's pretty much the same. Travel mode choices have changed, land prices have changed. But in the peripheries, you see a spurt of development overnight, land prices change, transactions happen, buildings come. So you actually need a differential strategy also across the entire network. What would you say are sort of the potential issues and the potential solutions?
I want to kind of start with talking about a broad approach towards the planning. And I think many agencies are very aware of how this approach can happen. It is basically to understand the planning process as a multi-scalar approach, where we, of course, start with a regional or even a state. What is so critical to understand when it hits the ground, when it comes down to the level where people's lives are getting affected, we have to actually navigate across all of these scales and create certain development kind of proposals as well as integrated proposals that will affect each scale. And they should be planned definitely at a regional level and then trickle down to the local level, even to the extent of, the understanding what the corridor itself does, the metro corridor itself. As you mentioned, the development in terms of the urban form and the kind of development that you see within the station areas, in some areas don't seem to see much change. But in the greenfield areas where there are more opportunities, one can actually anticipate these changes. But what is important is to first and foremost create a plan which will understand how this urban form will shape. And the idea of 4 or whatever FAR density around a metro station or even along a metro line has created this kind of a spurt of development that is happening even within the core areas of cities. And it is actually changing the typology of development. And one needs to actually understand at that granular level, what are those changes that are happening? And that kind of data is really very critical, because it will give you a much more detailed information on how you could link jobs with the actual access to station areas, as well as housing, with relation to the access to not just work, but also other social amenities. So when it hits the ground, what is really critical is to understand what are the social impacts. And I would really like to focus on that aspect, because a lot of times the monetizing of opportunities around station areas becomes a priority without really understanding how it affects the surrounding areas. So in certain greenfield instances, it's the rural areas, the urban, the kind of villages, or even sometimes the urban villages, which are getting affected. But when it comes to the core part of the city, it is also the adjoining residential components and even the commercial areas that get affected. So the idea of how you plan it with mixed use as well as across these scales, we should have very kind of distinct solutions and distinct planning frameworks that are available at the, for example, a local area plan, which is integrated well within the framework of the city's master plan, and then that, of course, being integrated within the regional planning perspectives. So that is one crucial thing that I would want to mention, particularly with relation to urban form. I'd like to take the example of how in Portland, Oregon, this particular thing years ago in the early 90s itself, when the metro line there, it was specifically the light rail line, but it was cutting across several cities and counties. And the kind of cooperation that happened among all of the jurisdictions was very, very significant, not just in trying to look at interjurisdictional work, but also how, when you hit the ground, what kind of development happens. And there was a very conscious decision of understanding the contribution of each of these station areas and also certain streets. There were what were called design types that were identified for each of these, and each of them were kind of assigned to take on certain percentage of jobs and housing. And it was in a mixed use format, and it was contributing to the livability of each of the cities that were in conversation across this kind of interjurisdictional setting. So that kind of approach, where urban design as well as design of specific station areas becomes very significant in an approach of this sort. And in terms of, understanding the interjurisdictional relationship, when people move from one city to another for jobs, there are all of these issues that come up. And how do you then design that, one from a social perspective, being very responsible socially and creating public spaces that are actually livable, and also from the environmental perspective, like understanding what are the consequences of some of these high density areas, designing them in a better way. I'll just stop there for now.
Thank you for that perspective, Vrinda. I'd like to come to Mriganka now. Mriganka, you were probably, amongst the few who were part of the first TOD policy for India in terms of a comprehensive policy, which was for Delhi. Also, thanks to the setting up of a cell like UTPEC, which saw very comprehensive documents come out at that point of time. Although one would say it was also late, because probably after about 10 years of the metro rail in Delhi and the region, sort of coming in a little late, but better late than never. What was sort of the thinking at that point of time? Did you all imagine that the metro rail would then expand to over 300 kilometers, 250 stations? And also we see that the states surrounding have not really caught up in terms of the TOD policy. So a little bit more from you on the thinking at that time would be nice to hear.
Sure, Rajit. Frankly, it was, we were also sort of grappling with how one could institutionalize TOD, and there was a certain sense of naivety then in how you go about taking an urban design sort of concept and putting it into a statutory framework, which was predominantly looking at planning as a 2D approach, right? And looking at the scale of the city. We made our mistakes, and there were many, and sort of, you know, and Nilesh is sort of helping negotiate those mistakes now through the 2041 master plan. But the key takeaways really were that from a TOD perspective, I think what we didn't get right then was ensuring that the institutionalization happened across scales of operation, right? That was something that we missed out, I think, in trying to include a chapter, which was TOD, and not city planning, which was based on TOD. And that was the context that we got. I mean, we could not have done it otherwise. When we did that, because it was a chapter, we tried to put in everything in that one chapter, right? From regulations to principles to policy prescriptions. I think that was the biggest flaw that has remained in the MPD 2021 so far in the context of TOD. And that gets me to sort of over the last sort of 11 years, I've been dealing with and grappling with how do you actually implement TOD across cities, be it Mumbai, Bangalore, Delhi, of course. And my current pet peeve, I think, if I can say that, is the fact that we're pushing TOD in a context where most of our statutory plans are actually promoting growth on the periphery areas, right? Where growth strategies of cities are actually suburbia led. You know, everything is happening on the fringes, as the earlier panelists were talking about, that, you know, all job seekers and large job creators actually go to the fringe. Right, so our current regulatory incentives are also based on where is it easier to build larger footprint. It ends up being the periphery, and that's where it goes. In that context, if we are pushing TOD, we have a problem. We really have a problem. I think there needs to be a national mandate where statutory plans, be it MPDs, CPD, CDPs, etc., have to be based on the compact city concept. Only when that alignment happens across cities, across the country, can TOD become just one of the tools to implement that vision. Currently, the narrative has almost become that it's TOD and the rest of the city. You know, we are at a point where, hopefully not, but I think we're at a point where TOD, the debate or the discussion around TOD at some points becomes counterproductive to sustainable city planning, because we are no longer talking about the city as a whole. We're only talking about TOD and non-TOD areas. So this is something that I think my learnings of the past 10 years has been that TOD has to be one tool, one spatial strategy to implement a compact city model. And I think the push has to be at the national level for compact city growth. I think for now, I think that's where I'll stop, Rajit.
Thank you, Mriganka. That's a call for a new mission called Compact City Mission. we should head there, or a TOD mission, probably. Nilesh, I'll come to you now. As Mriganka said now, so it's sort of on the current plan shoulders to look at TOD. Delhi, of course, being that front runner, you have the largest sort of metro network in India, 5th largest in the world. You are coordinating the MPD 2041. You are also at the heart of the DMRC network in a sense, and you're facing the impact of the region also, where whether it's people from Noida coming to work in Delhi or people from Delhi coming to work in Gurgaon, you're sort of that confluence. You're the big apple in a sense. So, how have you managed? To navigate TOD. What about the neighboring master plans? We showed you an image of, where we've tiled all the master plans. You have about 12 master plans around you that share the metro network. How have you been thinking of interjurisdictional conversations? Have you had those conversations? And what are some of the takeaways from there?
Rather a long question. I'll try and attempt this one. Okay. Mriganka, thanks for setting me off. You've really set the context for me. So, there are certain things that are already on your plate when you begin a particular project. And with the master plan particularly, two things. One, which Mriganka already said, is that there was a chapter called TOD, which is, in some sense is good, but it also undoes a lot of the holistic thinking on transit orientedness that a plan generally needs to have. You really cannot capture that transit orientedness as part of a singular chapter. But we were stuck with it, that there was a chapter which needed to be revised and thought of. The other thing we were stuck with in a certain sense was the fact that land pooling was already in the picture, which means that 3 Chandigarh jitni zameen khol di gayi thi for development already, right? So you're kind of in a position where you are grappling with what some of the previous panelists in the other session were also saying, is that you are targeting growth on the peripheries, and you're also simultaneously attempting to kind of revitalize city spaces in some strange sense, and also kind of bring transit orientedness in a city where transit has basically followed development. It did not precede development. It came after development had already happened, and some of your slides also show that. Now, one of the things that we attempted to do, therefore, is first of all, TOD policy ka jo mandate tha, per se, what we've now done is TOD NES in Delhi now operates at 3 levels. It operates to 3 policies essentially. It definitely operates to the TOD policy, but where what is being said is the most intense FAR in the city, which can go up to 500, will happen only on strategic nodes in the city, and strategicness can be defined in several ways. The master plan already does that. But it will really flow into strategic nodes of the city so that we can carve out maybe and really push for creating new economic hubs, new cultural centers, and so on and so forth. So let's focus on those as part of the intense TOD FAR kind of logic. The second thing that it says is that the regeneration policy, which operates on the rest of the brownfield in Delhi, also around transit, allows for mixed use TOD parking. It allows for active frontages. So except the high-end FAR, which is offered only on strategic nodes, all other TOD principles operate in regeneration policy around transit nodes. Okay. The third thing that we did was in the land pooling policy also, which really governs the greenfield, and which, well, one might say that, you are in some senses taking away from the ability of brownfield to really regenerate itself if you're going to open that up. But let's face it, given the fact that Delhi is surrounded by lands which are much, much, much cheaper, it's going to be a while before land pooling actually takes off. So in the interim, I think there is a lot of possibility, and I don't think we should be very pessimistic about brownfield taking off. I think it will, if there is enough incentive and push from public agencies and enough demonstration in terms of new projects, etc., that public agencies can do. So to come back to greenfield, in the land pooling also, what has been said is there is a clear idea that the urban extension roads that are becoming the spinal roads for the land pooling areas are going to be the next big metro alignments. Given that preemption, what is being said is all TDR receiving zones in the city, as well as vertical mixing zones in the city, which can go up to 400 FAR and not just remain at 200 or 250, can all happen within a 500-meter corridor along this preempted metro network that will come hopefully over the next 15-20 years. So the TOD policy, although you will see just one TOD policy within the master plan, TOD NES, which I think Mriganka was really pointing out or looking for, we hope we've managed to do that through more than one policy, actually, because we tended to spread that out without having to say, okay, iske baad TOD koi policy nahi rahegi, pura master plan TOD. Because that was something we couldn't do given the kind of conditions we were in. That was the first thing that we did. Second thing that we did is that we realized that although the previous plan spoke about the OMTA, this plan also reinforces it. Well, honestly speaking, in Bombay's case, it was easier to do. It's a single state. In our case, it's a really, really complex administrative animal to create. And I don't know when it's going to happen. So it's a wish list in many ways. One must say it because it's the right way to go, but with the full cognizance of the fact that it may remain a wish list. So in the interim, two things have been done. One, we set up an interim coordination committee, at least to look at the 27 different transit agencies that operate within Delhi. Forget the NCR. There are 27 agencies operating within Delhi that look at different aspects of transit. So can we have a coordination committee that operates in the interim? And hopefully that coordination committee, and this is where I come to how I think this coordination must happen, is that you, for example, showed various land use plans of cities. Now, the trouble is that you will often find with cities like Delhi, the land use plan hasn't changed much. It's brownfield, so you're not changing much there. What you're really changing is what can happen on a piece of land that's marked yellow or that's marked commercial. And I think it's what that land use plan doesn't show and which is embedded in the policy that actually fundamentally needs to undergo a change, number one. The second thing is that I think, and this is where I think sub-regional plans come into play, is that, and I don't think we've given enough importance to what sub-regional plans can actually do, because it is probably the only place where cities can talk to each other, states can talk to each other, not about aligning, मैं 500 FAR दे रहा हूं, आप भी 500 FAR दे दो. That's not the alignment that's required. But let's agree on what is TOD-ness and what are the principles of it, number one. Second, if the job creation and the housing market is good and the environmental logic and all of this is pan-region and not restricted to jurisdictions of cities, then can we come up with economic conversations that are larger? So when we are talking about economic clusters, spatial clusters, when we are talking about what kind of activities, for example, when Mukut is designing some of the NCRTC, what kind of activities to plug in that particular node may have perhaps played much better if there was a conversation around how is this region going to perform in terms of jobs and movement of people and goods. And I think that conversation may not be very easy to do through master plans, because master plans eventually, whether we like it or not, are intra-jurisdictional. Whereas sub-regional plans, because they fall under the umbrella of NCRPB, can perhaps have this conversation. As it stands, sub-regional plans are an absolutely ad hoc process. Delhi ka sub-regional plan kuch abhi bana hai ya. There is no process through which the sub-regional plans start talking to each other. And I think it is a very, very critical intervention that we need to somehow make. I don't know what that somehow really means. One last point before I close and we can have more conversations around this is that what is often not realized is if we keep waiting for these large frameworks to happen, I don't think we're going to get much done. But the agencies, DMRC, NCRTC, Northern Railways, DTC, all of the transit agencies, they can very easily talk to each other. Nothing stops them from talking to each other. So Delhi plan, for instance, now makes it mandatory that if RRTS, if Northern Railways, and if DMRC and DDA have land around, say, Anand Vihar metro station, they must come up with one plan. They may take it in phases. They may have ways in which their budget and other conditions align themselves to development, but they will have to have one plan which integrates all of these ideas together. If, of course, you had a regional, Rajas, a regional set of plans that were also saying, therefore, what kind of activities can Anand Vihar take, given its location, it would have really helped. But in the absence of that, at least these guys can begin to speak to each other. And I think you pointed that out. You were loosely, I think, asking Uma ma'am also about this. Could this be done through some kind of incentive structure? And I don't really know if there is one, but one would have to really find out. One quick idea that came to my mind when I was thinking about this in the morning was perhaps a transport fund, which is a regional transport fund that only links itself to projects that are trans-jurisdictional in nature. It's not available to you if you're only doing it in your city or on DMRC land. It's available to you if you're trans-jurisdictional, and also available to you if you're doing things that fall out of traditional TOD buckets. For example, improving an entire walkability or transit-oriented network of streets in an IZP area. Where does that money come from, for instance? So, if we could kind of create that kind of an incentive framework, which is conditional in nature, for people to come together and maybe undertake some activities, it might help. I'll stop.
Thank you, Nilesh. In fact, what I'll have to do now is to move to closing comments from the panelists. It would be good if we could talk about the way forward. So taking from the discussion, it's very clear that you need an empowered institution. Nilesh was talking about, at least transport agencies need to come together and give us one plan. But at the end of the day, it's no longer only an UMTA. It has to be an UMTA with, enough powers to intervene in land use as well. An UMTA with powers to intervene in finances as well, whether it's devolution. I don't know if NCRTC is the right agency to do UMTA now because of the size of the region. It's no longer, a labor pool which is within Delhi, but across, multiple 4 states. On that, I'd request sort of closing comments. If you could take about a minute each to give us closing comments, and I'll go with Uma ma'am first.
The institutional structures with adequate teeth and funds and representation. I think all of that in a combination is what will work. And but there could be 2 levels of intervention by this institution, roles of this institution. One is in what respects it will be apex at that multi-jurisdictional level. For example, I would suggest it should be on transport policy. I wouldn't say exactly land use policy, because land use policy it will have to do in coordination with others. But as transport policy, I think it should sit as apex. And in monitoring the outcomes of transportation interventions, it can be far more direct. And in terms of doing R&D, innovation into the transports sector, I think it should lead in these three respects. And in other respects, such as actual planning for transportation networks and designing them, executing them, and operating the transportation systems and funding them. I think in these respects, there could be all constituent agencies participating, and UMTA guiding them on all of this would be an ideal scenario. And secondly, there are other institutional structures within the multi-jurisdictional agency which are also regional in nature. I'm not talking about individual constituents, but there could be larger agencies like MMRDA or NCR Planning Board or CMDA, whatever. These kind of regional development authorities, metropolitan planning committees. Today we have district planning committees, and we have also infrastructure agencies, including transportation probably, which are regional in nature. So all of them should be having a forum where they also sit together and think regional across sectors, because they may be controlling certain sectors. So that platform could also be UMTA, or that platform could be like NCR Planning Board. That will time will tell us which is a better option. But in terms of fund collection, again, there is a specific difficulty faced in our region. One is that if MMRDA decides what transportation projects should be done at the regional level and implements them, constituent local bodies think, why should we pay for it? If you are promoting, you execute it. So they show it as regional, MMRDA shows it as regional intervention. So the constituents think that the fund will also come from regional authority. That's not entirely true, because fortunately for us, the government has now agreed, the state government has agreed to levy certain additional charges and collect them and pass them on to whoever is implementing the regional transport projects. But the fund flow will happen. The funds, as Mr. Rajadeksha mentioned, they are all flowing into Urban Transport Fund, which is established. But which is being under the control of MMRDA at the moment, but it could move to UMTA at any stage. These sources are additional FSI on payment of premium along a specified distance, along the corridors up to a specified distance. And in fact, there is a doubling of development charges which are paid with every development construction of development, which is doubled for all the cities where a metro line is passing, irrespective of whether you are next to the metro line or not. It is across the city, which is creating some conflict. But we began levying this, and government has agreed with every approval of metro line in the same government order which approves the metro line. This item is being included in every corridor, that all the cities through which this corridor passes shall double within their jurisdiction. And third is a cess on stamp duty. A 1% cess on stamp duty is being levied, and this itself is coming to around 1,000 crores a year. So that is supposed to be passed on to Urban Transport Fund again. The Urban Transport Fund should ideally be Regional Transport Fund, and there are commercial developments within the station, in the car depots and etc. Those will also flow into this. So these are some of the sources. I think there has to be some kind of goodwill amongst all the institutions. It will not be just funding or any other arrangement. There has to be a goodwill which is built not only around transport sector, but the goodwill has to be built over a period of time for all kinds of coordination. That will be a useful system. And lastly, if the time permits, one closing remark, as everybody else also said in the previous session as well as this session, thinking of TOD at every metro station, Muruganka knows this very well, within the cities is going to be disastrous. So the essence of TOD at every station within the existing cities will have to be multimodal integration and access improvement and improving any amenity that is lacking in that area. I think beyond that, it should be only at identified locations, and in the greenfield areas, if they are coupled with growth centers that are envisaged as part of regional development strategy, that may be to to disperse employment across the region, or to help existing cities connect with each other and existing cities improve their expansion patterns, etc. The regional growth centers can be identified, and TODs should be aligned with those regional growth centers. And where it is not within the regional growth center, I think it should be substantially scaled down, even in the greenfield areas. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mukund, if could please keep it to 1 minute, everyone, because we are out of time. Thank you, Mr. Mukund.
I think he's muted.
Yeah.
I'm okay now. Thanks. Can you hear me, Vijit?
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep it short. I just wanted to touch upon 3 important points which have been raised by the other speakers. Uma ma'am spoke about multimodal integration, and UMTA or no UMTA, NCRTC understands the importance of for example, the locations in Delhi like Sarai Kali Khan and Anand Vihar, where we have practically all the major transit agencies, everyone there, Delhi Metro, the railways, the bus terminals and all that. So yes, from our side, NCRTC is kind of taking the initiative and developing the multimodal integration plan at all these kind of locations. That's what we are trying to do from our side. We do understand the importance of this important aspect in the planning. The second thing, again, Uma ma'am spoke about the value capture financing part of it and how do you raise the funding for it. Funding both for the financial sustainability of the transit project, as well as for the development and the upgradation of the infrastructure in the TOD areas. So that is an important aspect, and that is also what we have been working on. So some instruments that Uma ma'am mentioned, like the increasing the development fees and kind of additional FAR charges and those kind of things are also being looked at. Those things, the value capture financing, we understand is very important for the sustainability. The third thing that I just wanted to highlight briefly was, again, it's not about TOD at a particular location. I think what we also need to look at is the TOD at the corridor level, mix of users at the corridor level. I think that is something which we also need to look at. I'll close there. Vijit,
thank you, Mr. Mukund. Brinda?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things. I think a lot of it has already been covered, but what I would like to emphasize once again is the fact that when TOD is being used as a tool to kind of increase density in the cities, as well as to kind of bring in more jobs or housing opportunities. What is really crucial is, once again, to understand what the regional strategy is for the city and or the area, and create certain growth decisions, like how much each area or each hub or a corridor or a place which is a station node or a hub will take on in terms of the amount of housing and the employment that they would take. And this not done just for meeting a technocratic exercise of putting in numbers, but also to understand how it will impact the livability of the place. So typically one would look for incentives as well as certain controls together that would help in shaping the form of that particular area. And incentives would be more from the perspective of giving incentives to give back certain social amenities or certain social causes, because otherwise we will just get high density and we will not be able to kind of have livable areas in the city. So that kind of integration of these two aspects is very critical as one point. And the second point is, as Uma ma'am spoke about, the essence of the TOD. This essence is exactly what I was trying to speak about earlier, where we are talking about assigning certain design regulations and design types to each of those areas where we are upping the density, and we're trying to kind of gather more influence areas that are affecting and becoming like nodes of densities in the city. So when we start looking at a smaller granular level of data at that scale, we will understand that there is a difference in how development is happening. And there may be like who are the people who are actually using those density nodes, and what are the kinds of housing that they require, because we always say TOD has affordable housing as a mandate, but we really don't know what is the shape and form of that affordable housing, and how do we get that in place in certain locations wherever it is appropriate. First of all, where is it appropriate, and what is the nature of that affordable housing? So these kinds of data like is really absolutely necessary to understand who are those people, what kind of jobs are they in, and what kind of accommodation would they need so that they are not actually displaced from these high density areas. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Brinda. Mriganka?
Sure, thanks, Rajit. I just quickly want to talk about the fact that, in this context where with, various jurisdictions, various statutory sort of provisions, implementation is going to be a massive challenge. So what can we do in the interim to possibly enable that process, right? So I think the first thing that could be easily done is to actually do TOD typology mapping at the regional scale. And that's something that all speakers have sort of talked about, regional planning, which is what Mr. Mukut also talked about, figuring out what mix of uses is appropriate where. That regional context will start informing city level plans. I think that's critical and easily done, I thought. So that's one thing that could be done. Secondly is, I think network augmentation, TOD policy or no, TOD regulations, if they do exist or they don't exist, network augmentation is something that should be championed from day one. I mean, literally now. And I think that's something through existing provisions could be enabled. The third thing, this is a slightly tricky one, is how do we use our existing statutory provisions of mixed use, mixed land use, and how can we align those to the existing or proposed TOD areas already? So designating certain streets, zones as mixed use zones to begin with, till the time regulations, TOD regulations come in place, at least the mix starts happening and you don't get single use districts. Of course, what Brinda is talking about, the built form is equally important, but getting built form regulations in across all these jurisdictions might be a problem just yet. But I thought these three things is something that could be done.
Yes, last word to Nilesh, and then we'll close the session.
I'm just going to sum up what I think I already said, because I think I'd just like to reiterate it. So in the short term, I think we'll have to look at very doable things. I mean, if I was to just talk about this whole integration business, two things. One is, I think if agencies can generate what ma'am was calling goodwill really, and come together on projects, I think project integration is a short-term achievable goal that we can definitely do, particularly where jurisdictions are coming together. Second is, I think one low-hanging fruit is technological integration. For example, fair integration, public information about regional transit, coming onto single application, single kind of data flow systems, I think is a very, very quickly doable kind of a thing, which doesn't require very large administrative decision. It's about pooling data together. I think on the short term, if we can attempt that. On the medium term, I would again reinforce the fact that sub-regional plans is the way to go. And I think we must really get the sub-regional plan making process right. And of course, in the long term, UMTA, creating a bigger transport fund, so on and so forth, is really a long-term plan for getting your integration right. I think we'll have to phase it out really.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all panelists for your time. It was a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajit. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I will request the session panelists for the resource efficient TOD sessions to please come online. Hari, Rumi, Anjali, Mr. Satyajit. Thank you so much. Thank you for being patient. Our other session overran quite a bit. We have back-to-back 4 sessions on TOD actually today. So Thank you for joining in on time, and we will move ahead. We are now switching gears, basically. We have been talking about regional efforts on TOD. We have talked about how to bring jobs in densities around TOD corridors. And now switching gears a little bit, we want to talk about resource efficiency. And the reason for that is this, that TOD areas are assumed to be resource-intensive zones, requiring either diversion or enhancement of service delivery to areas that not only have high development potential, but also more segregation and possibly higher levels of gentrification. Now, at the same time, TOD areas present an opportunity for enhancing the adoption of resource-efficient strategies owing to its high density and mixed-use character of development, and the redevelopment, retrofit, or new development opportunity is created with density redistribution. Now, research shows that compact developments present a potential to achieve up to 30% reduction in resource use or resource efficiency. And with concerted effort and the right plans, policy intentions, institutional and financial instruments, this number can be much higher, especially given the tech advancements that we are seeing of late. So this session basically will explore the potential avenues for creating sustainable and resource efficient urban communities beyond the transport sector, by leveraging the high density mixed use character that TODs offer. And for the discussion today, I have with me people basically who have been pioneers and front runners on things like TOD in India, comprehensive planning, resource efficient development. And I'll just make a quick introduction before we launch into the discussion and also the presentation. First, we have Mr. Satyajit from the Department of Urban Land Transport in Bengaluru. Welcome, sir. We also have with us Mr. Hariharan Chandrasekhar. He's the founder of BCIL All Tech Foundation. Welcome, Hari. Ms. Paramita Roy, who's the Joint General Manager, Urban Design, Indian Railway Station Development Corporation. Very happy to have you, Romi. Welcome. And then finally, we have Dr. Anjali Kharol Mohan, who's partner at Integrated Design. Before we kick off, I will now hand this over to Srimoy to make a brief presentation about resource efficient TODs. Over to you, Srimoy.
Thank you, Jaya, and my greetings to all the panelists. Give me a moment to share my screen, please. Yes, I hope this is visible to all.
Yes, Srimoy, please go ahead.
All right, so I'll take you briefly through a few slides just to set the context for the panel, and then I'll take off right from where the last panel ended in terms of, in the discourse of TOD in India has largely focused on densification to begin with. And then slowly in the recent years, we are seeing conversation around walkability and creating livable communities with public green, last mile and first mile connectivity, etc. Now, all that is happening at the backdrop that we have a national TOD policy formulated by the MoHUA, and there are several states and cities who are trying to formulate their own TOD policies in the backdrop of massive investments that are happening in the mass transit infrastructure in India, which is to the tune of several hundred billions. Now, if we just take a step back and zoom out and see the larger situation of cities today, cities are actually on the receiving end from both ends. They are under pressure to build resilient infrastructure due to increased disaster risk and have reliability of services. And on the other hand, they're also supposed to play a very, very critical role in meeting India's climate goals in terms of reducing emissions, so on and so forth. Now, if we quickly see the kind of investments that we are talking about, it's expected to be 26 billion in the coming years. And on the other hand, there is this other picture, and the panelists in the previous session have already spoken about some of it, is that this cost of sprawl that is also huge, which is going to cost the Indian economy. Now, the question is, how can we leverage this huge investment that is happening in the mass transit sector to not only create an infrastructure, but also to take this as an opportunity to create compact and resource efficient cities? And that is where we premise our panel today. So the whole climate vis-a-vis livability conundrum actually leads to the discussion and the kind of message that is emerging from almost all cities across India. And the message is that there is an increasing demand for natural resource-based services. And on the other hand, there are stress on natural and depleting resources, increasing social conflict, declining public health, and so on. Hence, the main discussion agenda today, which is how we can raise the bar for TODs. And here is what we see as we have kind of moving from compact, livable urban spaces discussion to also encompass walkable communities with reduced vehicle kilometers. The next benchmark for TOD should actually start conversation towards creating resource efficient and green TODs. And this can also be premised on the National Resource Efficiency Policy, which actually envisions cities as one of the primary action areas for India's climate agenda. Now, in terms of greening the TODs, so the concept of green TOD is actually premised on the understanding that greater efficiency could be achieved by combining TOD and green urbanism principles. And there are multiple ways of doing it. However, this needs contextualization to fit the texture of emerging TODs in Indian cities, our city governance, our planning apparatus, and our stakeholders. So translating the global principles to the local context will be the key in achieving the resource efficient TOD agenda. Quickly on this, so there could be multiple solutions on plot level. However, a lot of that hinges on the fact that we need to acknowledge that there are different TOD typologies based on whether they're greenfield vis-a-vis brownfield, whether what is the kind of redevelopment potential vis-a-vis if there is a retrofit driven TOD, the age of development there, the extent of mixed use that is actually happening, and so on and so forth. A quick look at one of the analysis done by WRI India, and this is a draft that we are showing just to set the context, is that our analysis of one of the prospective TOD zones along the 2A corridor along Bangalore Metro shows that there exists immense potential in water and energy front to leverage the compact and mixed use nature of TOD to translate it into demand mitigation for all these resources. So all in energy sector through say solar RTPV, through green building techniques, so through passive building design, and in the waterfront there will be wastewater recycle and reuse, rainwater harvesting, and so on. And similarly, in the waste management front, waste to bio-CNG and composting all can be integrated at a zonal as well as at a plot level, which can contribute significantly to demand mitigation for natural resource-based services in the TOD zone itself. Now, of course, there are co-benefits of GHG mitigation, reduced pollution, reduced urban heat island, because a lot of these that I have just mentioned are also supposed to be nature-based solutions. There is going to be land saving if adequate waste management techniques are also adopted, better public health, and richer biodiversity. However, a lot of these resource efficient techniques that we are talking about, a lot of them have already been supported by policy. However, what we see on ground is the adoption of these policies in terms of practical measures are lacking. So there are some numbers on the screen you can refer to, but actually what we see on ground is that there is a gap in terms of reciprocal measures to be adopted in the planning tools that we have for the cities, adequate market enablers, as well as absence of a enabling ecosystem, including incentives that we need to talk about. And all this deserves serious deliberation to make a way forward to create TODs that are not only compact, not only efficient, but also are futuristic and resource efficient. With this, I'll end here, hand over to Jaya.
Thank you very much, Srimoy, for setting the context and the background. So I will now move on to our panelists today, and I will start with you, Romi. Romi, you have been, in my opinion at least, a pioneer of TOD in India. I mean, you were working on this even before the national TOD policy was being framed. You have been at this for a while now, and to a large extent instrumental in the formulation of the Delhi TOD policy. Now, what are some of the learnings from Delhi TOD policy formulation? You know, how was resource efficiency viewed? And how is resource efficiency being approached now that you're with the IRSDC, so in their developments and the TOD zones around them?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I think I must admit that it's a very uphill task. So if I were to share from my experience, resource efficiency is looked at as green building exercise. So I am still struggling quite a bit, even in my current roles, to sort of draw people out of the fact that it is not about just green building. It is about basic planning. And the planning for resource efficiency starts from the time you know your site, or you know your corridor, or you know your TOD node. That's where you start planning about it, not when you have a project and after the project you get built and then you go for a certification. That is not resource efficiency. So that's number one. So now you've asked me about the two policies. So the Delhi TOD policy, the earlier version, which was there in 2012, now it is very much stripped out for sort of the same reasons that I just stated, that resource efficiency is वो तो देख लेंगे environment में, वो EMP में देख लेंगे, वो green building में देख लेंगे. So that is the general this thing. So it has been stripped out. But the original sort of the policy that was there, which was notified in 2014, that had, and which was also put in the public domain in 2012. So that had some very basic things like how to design for passive design, how to make sure that most of your homes get daylight and sunlight and air. Because the moment you design your homes for daylighting and ventilation, your resource demand for energy comes down by almost 30%. And buildings and transportation are the biggest energy consumers in the overall scenario. So, and these are some things that we are all taught in college. When we were probably in school, we learned all these. But when it comes to actual implementation, it is shoved aside. So if you see, I actually just got nominated by MOEF as part of the Environment Approval Committee, the EIA Committee of Delhi. So I will try my best to put these systems in place in the EIA system. But even earlier when I was there in the EIA committees, buildings are being designed with thickness of 24-meter floor plates, 30-meter floor plates, sometimes 50-meter floor plates. And they are getting environment clearance. I don't know how, because there is no way on earth that you can ventilate a building which is more than 15-meter width, or even 24 is pretty hard. There's no way you can do daylighting. If you see any of our offices, you will find that all the senior officers get the edges and the windows, and all your corridors and your workspaces for the staff is all artificially lit. Now, if you see the IRSDC office, I would encourage everyone to visit this office. Every single person, including the PM, gets daylight, and that is simple planning. So, so these are things that we have to just be conscious at all times. Now, if I talk about sewage and water demand, again, that is something that is also looked at as an engineer-based system. So even in our recent stations, and right now we are trying to move ahead from our mistakes that we may have made or any learnings that we may have. So, in the first few stations, it was, and mostly you will find that rainwater harvesting, sewage treatment systems are looked at as engineered system. So you talk to anybody about rainwater harvesting, you will get a rainwater harvesting pit, which will cost you like 2 crores. And you will have like, these water chips and concrete drains and concrete big pits that are going to be made. Most of the times, they are not even clean. So after 2 years, they are actually putting in polluted water in the water table. So instead instead of working, they are actually destroying your water table. But nobody's generally bothered because, you know, हमने वो tick mark कर दिया, हमको करना था, हमने tick करके कर दिया. Now that is an expensive thing. In fact, this system is going to cost you 10 crores, 20 crores, something. It's going to be expensive for even a normal normal projects of say 20,000 square meters. The same thing can be done in almost zero cost, but that is not looked at because anything that costs less is assumed that it doesn't work. So if you open the window for natural ventilation, you assume that you will be uncomfortable. But that is not the case. So, now we are trying to, like, I'll give you the example of one of the stations that where this engineered system has been put in. And so earlier when we used to talk about putting in these natural systems where you can use biospheres and you can use, greenery. We have done that in many DDA projects also, using tertiary treatment or जो rainwater का पानी है उसको हल्का treat करके जो ground में infiltrate करना होता है. Very simple systems, zero maintenance. You need one gardener. That's it. So system अभी हम we are trying to move towards that. It will take some effort. But now I'll just tell you that we have this huge parking lot that has been created in front of one of the stations. So, and rainwater harvesting pits and all are also there in that. So both are happening. Now we are thinking, whoever that station, the person who's done it, built it, he's thinking, Arey, my parking lot is so hot. Now where do I put in the trees? How do I bring in greenery? No human being likes to be standing in the middle of a concrete, in a concrete space, which is so hot in North India. So now he's going to spend money in first planting plants. Then he's going to spend money daily in watering those plants because you can't have plants without watering in North India. So, or even in South India for that matter. So he's trebling his cost. His water harvesting system is not going to work after some time. And he's not even creating a public space which is pleasant for people. So why do we insist on doing things that we know that how the business model can be shifted to, mainstreaming these methods which make financial sense? And in fact, that I'll make my closing point on that. Now after working with DDA, coming to IRSDC was a very big educator, because in DDA, you think you are Akbar and you can just write anything and it will happen. It doesn't happen. When I came to IRSDC, because it's a company and we did not get any funding from the government. So anything that we are doing, if it doesn't make financial sense, it's not going to happen. And it should not happen. Who has money to throw away? Okay. So now your natural ventilation, if you're saving your O&M, operation and maintenance cost over the lifetime of the project, which is going to be 100, 200 years, you're saving 30% of your energy demand over 100 years. Does it make financial sense? Then if you're reducing your expenditure on rainwater harvesting systems by using greenery, reducing your water demand for irrigation, and also creating a wonderful public space for people to enjoy, like it has been done in Chhatarpur station in Delhi and various other projects in Delhi already. So does that make financial sense? I think of course it does. So that's what, so here in IRSDC, I don't have to go and tell anyone ki sir ye kar lete hain, ye acha hai environment ke liye. I don't have to say anything. I just have to say, sir, ye paisa mein ye farak hai, sir, paisa bachega. And everybody understands, because that makes sense to us, to the developer, and to the end user. So there is no reason to not do these things which are absolute common sense and make financial sense. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Romi. And that's a very important point. I think, I think one of the things that we need to probably learn is basically that, that how do you basically make the economic case for sustainability rather than pushing the narrative as is. Thanks, Romi. So with that, I'll come to Mr. Satyajit. Sir, Bangalore is looking at a very comprehensive TOD policy, and the RMP revision is also underway, and it provides an excellent opportunity for alignment and integration. Now, TOD zones are expected to adhere to higher benchmarks for livability. And even if you go beyond resources to infrastructure and services, open spaces and, civic amenities, things of that nature, how are the existing and upcoming policies and planning instruments, how can they provide direction and benchmarks for resource efficiency in TOD zones?
Thanks, Jay. I think listening to the earlier conversation, the earlier panel, and also the panelists on this session, I think everyone is trying to define this animal through various jargons. So resource efficiency, regardless of whether you're doing a TOD project or any other project, should be a standard planning model. So there is nothing specific for TOD. And what let me try to contextualize this. If you say take TOD itself as a sort of a macro level, city level project, okay? And you've got a TOD zone plan which defines the parameters of it. So in terms of resource efficiency, if you don't baseline, if you can't measure, you can't manage. That's as simple as that. What's the baseline efficiency, resource efficiency, prevailing resource efficiency of a TOD zone? We do a lot of holding capacity analysis and other things, but we don't never baseline what is the current efficiency of this system. And then you say, okay, I want to implant my TOD vision on this and what augmentation I require. And post augmentation, as your efficiency really improve, not just on paper, on a life cycle basis, will it lead to real tangible resource efficiency and within the envelopes of reliability and resilience. So one fundamental question which we fail to answer is, I think accepting that certain stations need not be having all elements of TOD is something which we planners have to imbibe ourselves and actively say in every project. Okay, you got one particular typology. That typology, this set of TOD elements will simply not be applicable, say densification. But there are core elements which essentially, I come back to this, I perhaps even want to emphasize. The biggest resource efficiency for a TOD zone comes from accessibility, especially NMT accessibility. If you can make that last mile walkable and cyclable, so essentially you're speaking of an entire transit ridership using the first mile and last mile on a sustainable basis, which not only brings you resource efficiency, the health benefits for society. And basically, at the end of the day, a city is a set of interactions. How many interactions can we make lively? How many interactions can we make economically vibrant? That is almost like a virtuous cycle. So the biggest resource efficiency for me is making accessible stations primarily. Say 80% of your transit ridership should arrive by walk or cycle for your core zone or your standard zone. So those are the sort of hard targets we need to impose on ourselves and work backwards from there. And then do not shy away from asking fundamental questions. Is that particular zone, does that particular zone have headroom for future growth? If there is no future growth, the common argument is, okay, I take care of this, I've got this opportunity for station. I know there is no headroom in current infrastructure, but let me assume augmentation will happen. That assumption is the biggest problem. You don't embark on any TOD development until augmentation has actually happened. It's the sequencing of things. Because if you do an audit of any of our projects in the past, if you see the difference between what was planned and what was delivered, the difference is actually like, if you say I'll augment that particular water pipeline, and if you go to talk to any builder, their brochure says I'll give you Kaveri water in so many years. At the end of the handover, they basically say you have taken the premium for actually providing you that so-called Kaveri water, but you wouldn't deliver on it because you can simply say, well, the government did not deliver. But if you was to wait for its development until that water happened, then there would be real serious conversations in society, and especially government would be compelled. We are yielding to development on assumption that the other infrastructure will happen. So that is the biggest inefficiency which we are facing today. In trying to create a utopia, perhaps we are trying to make the situation worse. I think you take a look at all your stations which are operating in Bangalore today. We have got all stations with last mile, first mile activity, not even a ritual. It also almost assumed that it will happen. Let it happen and then we'll figure it out how to deal with it. So with such sort of an misplaced or missequenced activities, I think resource efficiency is simply not possible in the current paradigm. So I think as of first in Bangalore, what we're trying to do is we are trying to see each station as an individual entity, and each station may or may not have the all elements of TOD typology, but there are certain core elements of accessibility, which is a must. It's almost a must. There is no compromise on making sure that 80% of my trips should arrive by walk or cycle to our station. So that's on the TOD side. On the general infrastructure side, this is the devil's in the detail. You have got your coordination, activities, and things. So we hope in Bangalore that until such things like, say, for instance, Escom doesn't put their transformer to enable the TOD. Don't do your TOD assuming that they will do. Either tie that up to the developer himself who takes the onus of doing that, or delay that thing. So that there is a sense of urgency, because today we can almost see that last minute tarring at the inauguration, which basically just shows a shining example as something as from one of the previous phases. So I do not want to dwell upon the much detail. So what I want to say is, in Bangalore, for TOD zone plans, we are definitely going to do baselining of correct resources. How are we utilizing it? Post TOD, will that be neutral? Will that be more efficient? Is it sustainable on a long-term basis? And if it isn't, we wouldn't shy away from scaling down our aspirations of densification and other things. So that's fine. A city can have limits and should have limits, perhaps. So that's me done, Jaya.
Thank you, Mr. Satyajit. Hari, now coming over to you. You have been a frontrunner and flag bearer of sustainable and resource efficient development, again, in the city of Bangalore and outside of it perhaps as well for the longest time. Do you see a benefit in compact urban forms lending to resource efficiency? And if so, how do you go about implementing at the TOD zone and plot levels?
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Well, I'll put it like this to you, Jaya. If you mean by compact urban form, if you mean increasing density of, let's say, a built-up area for a particular plot, I would then go to what these figures are showing in the city. And I'm hoping that all of you as opinion leaders will possibly be influenced by some 3 points that I will put before you all. One is this: if I take this 100 million square feet that we all know is going to be the impact in this city, and you could use that as a benchmark for NCR or other places, we are talking actually in effect of about 100,000 homes at an average of 1,000 square feet. If I'm talking 100 million square feet, that's all we are talking about actually. Now, what it translates as is this: if I've got therefore 100,000 homes, if I take the same 600 liters to a person, to a house, we are talking 6 crore liters when the city today has got 200 crore liters. We are talking about 3% as impact. Fiddlesticks, if you ask me. The second one is energy. We are talking of about 1 million units as additional increased demand, daily demand, in a city which is today consuming at a peak load demand 2 billion units. We are talking 1 million units at 10 units per day to a house, right? And say, okay, there is going to be a commercial component. That commercial component energy could be a little more, maybe about 30% more than the residential. But on water, residential is going to be much higher, about 70% more than commercial. The third one is waste. On waste, what happens is, in a city today that has got about 4,500 to 5,000 TPD, this component of 100,000 homes is only 50 tons more if I took half a kg to a home. So what are we talking? Are we really talking of a serious issue of resource efficient or of a dramatic increase in resource consumption in the city thanks to TOD? I would think no. The discussion actually has to be not on the additional demand coming from TOD, but if people like Satyajit from DOLT can actually facilitate, enable utilities to speak, then what you should actually be focusing upon is how do you ensure these utilities and bulk users, as bulk energy users or bulk water users or bulk waste generators, they begin to talk. You need, like they did in Melbourne, for instance. Sydney did this in 2011, 2012 for about 5-6 years and brought a dramatic change in the consumption patterns, etc. All I am saying is that if you got these wonderful guys in the government, in the utilities, to start actually thinking demand side and bring campaigns that connect consumers to, I would say, conservation, but conservation is a bad word. I would say just educate them on the demand side aspects of water usage. If you have done this much, then actually this small component of some 6 crore liters or some 1 million units, which is nothing at all, not even 1%, it's not even a blimp on any radar if you're talking about energy, for instance, at 1 million units. This is all I can say to this. These are the 3 points. Actually, therefore, don't look at this small component of TOD. Look at what you can do to the city. And why are we not doing that? In a city, actually, which has got so much as regulation. This is one of the most wonderfully regulated cities in the country, I would think. Totally, Jaya.
Thanks, Hari. Yeah.
You talked about gentrification, for instance, Jaya. Look at it like this. Now, you tell me if there is a builder. Most of these lands are privately owned. It's not owned by the government. If I have to give you, let us say, a 600 square feet house, somebody talked about affordable housing. Just 600 square feet, I want to give you a house. The land cost, if I have to take even FSI of 3, will become about 18 lakhs. I mean, do a back of envelope, you will find that. Just the land cost for that 600 square feet. If I've got 10,000 rupees per square foot for the land, let us say today. Now, the construction cost is nothing actually. I can sell it to you at say 2,500 rupees with interest cost, everything else. So this 2,500 and this 5,000 becomes 5,500. I can't sell it to you at less than 30 to 35 lakhs. So who is talking about affordable housing? Unless somebody says government will play Santa Claus and give you land free, then houses can be built easily and given to you all at 25 to 6, about 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, let us say, So my point is that we can't talk of any of these things in isolation. You have to talk of it ground up in terms of costs and numbers. Or for you say, so what happens? What you said, Jaya, gentrification happens. Of course it will happen because of land costs, nothing else. Yeah. I mean, floor plates, what Romi spoke about, 25 meters. I understand this. Go to Huda, the Hyderabad Urban Development, only ULB in the country, I think, which says, I'm not giving you any FSI, no cap, do what you like. But they give you these things in a way that they have worked out their regulatory on solar access and a lot of other things. They call it Vastu compliant and all that. But the point is that Huda found a very nice way. This is done, I think, in 2011 or 12. Only city in the country today, which says, go and build what you like. You want to build 1:7, 1:12, go ahead. But you can't build beyond a certain point. It's like plotted development. You can't get more than 54, 55% per square foot because of the other things that happen in the plotted development, right? Of roads and parks and everything else. Similarly here, over to you. I don't want to take any more time. Yeah.
Thanks, Hari. And it's always great to attach numbers to see, the magnitude of the sort of problem that we are moving towards. Anjali, I'll come to you next. Now, you have been an integral part of the master plan exercise in Bangalore, and you straddle basically the. Can you share your experience from the Bangalore master plan? Now, for one, was resource efficiency considered? I know we do carrying capacity exercises, but those are premised on land and, transport, other things. But in terms of resource efficiency, was it considered? And, how can it be incorporated now that we have the opportunity with, the revision sort of coming up and coming into play? How can it be incorporated in the master planning processes and also to address it at various scales?
Jaya, I think, thanks for posing that question. Essentially, and I might be being a little bit pessimistic here, but I'll move on from there. I think cities like Bangalore, where you're wanting to plan and incorporate the metro, is actually a reaction to the metro, which has already been decided, and the alignments which have already been decided. It's a new responsibility or a burden for the planner, although the planner is being a part of especially the metro alignment. Yeah. Now, if you come to the metro, the planning tool itself, especially our planning conversations are not as mature. For instance, at least I see with all its complexity and contestations, I see that Delhi, the conversations are much more mature. In our case in Bangalore, the conversations have still not reached there. So you essentially what the plan does, for example, the revised master plan 2031 or the earlier plan that we worked on, you're always looking at a metro, which has been, the alignment has been decided, and therefore what are the kind of developments it's going to trigger, what are the kind of growth it's going to trigger, and how do you then align the plan according to that, right? There is the mobility plan that is being spoken about, and we've been speaking about it for a while, but That also comes in as an afterthought. So at least in the master plan, we did not think about it in the beginning, though I must say that there was a lot of effort in trying to integrate certain transport elements and traffic and transportation into the master plan. Mind you, we are not thinking of mobility. Yeah. So having said that, I mean, that what is done, and therefore now if you are to move ahead, I think there are a couple of things that we need to kind of start to put in place. Number one, and this has already been said in the panels by various panelists since morning, I think there is a need to cut a long story short, there is a need to move on from being reactive to proactive, right? That's the first thing. Secondly, as the first panelist on this in this panel also said, resource efficiency is not about green buildings. It is not about rainwater harvesting, right? It's not about, for instance, recycling. It's not about wastewater. It is about resilience, bringing in resilience or enhancing resilience at the city and the city region scale. And I think that is where the orientation, a slight orientation is required, both within the planning tool, the statutory framework that backs that planning tool, as well as the planner who is endeavoring to bring out that planning tool. And that orientation is extremely critical. Now, if we were to bring in that orientation, the first starting point is, of course, to start revising your statutory mechanisms, because it does not allow for it. We are still, our master plan is pretty much a colonial hangover, which goes on to start looking at how do you allocate land uses, how do you maximize revenue from land uses. And that's what Hari also spoke about. If you're really wanting to bring in a TOD and bring in efficiency in the TOD, your land markets do not allow for it in many ways, right? Especially, I'm saying both in terms of resource efficiency or even affordable housing and things like that. If you are to achieve an FAR of 4 or 5, you need to amalgamate parcels of land. The metro is going through areas which the land prices are very high. The developer who's going to amalgamate that is not going to then put it into affordable housing, right? As he rightly said. So therefore, you just need to start looking at resilience in the at the city and the city region scale. I think the next then is, once you have brought in the statutory frameworks, you need to also, of course, attendant to that is the change in the organizational institutional frameworks. And that itself, and then that leads me to the next proposition, and that is that you need to start to view the city largely within its regional context. Yeah, the city region becomes a very, very important spatial canvas within which to start viewing the city. And unless we don't begin to make these transitions, and mind you, these had to be done as of yesterday, then we are going to end up with issues. And today, in today's context, the whole idea of the city resilience, the whole idea of the city region resilience is largely a newer burden that has come onto the planner. And this burden is in addition to, for example, some of the relatively older burdens of saying traffic and transportation planning, mobility planning. This whole idea of resilience is something which is very new. The planning tool, as well as the planner and the statutory framework, has to start to concede with it. And one way to do it is to really start thinking. I personally also feel one needs to start looking at the city also within its topographical setting, within its natural setting. The whole idea of what Delhi has now endeavored is the blue-green infrastructure, right? It's not very tough, and that's where you bring in your efficiency. You start to think of your blue and green networks along with your mobility corridors. It's a very commonsensical thing. You're talking of non-motorized transport, you bring in your green corridors with that. These can be network spaces, these can be disaggregated spaces. But for the plan to do it, I think the first thing is to really start to acknowledge all these proactively, map them, put them down as positive constraints. Say there is no negotiation on these, right? There is this lake, there is this buffer of the lake, there is a contiguity of this lake with the surrounding areas. Let's just map it. And this is not going, this is a non-negotiable. Now, beyond that, how do we go and start to, you are in many ways then bringing in, or I would say re-bringing in nature into the city, or in some ways allowing yourself to be subservient to the city, and that's what is to nature, and that's what is needed today. And in doing so, I think that's where your whole resource efficiency will come in. So I think there are these 3 or 4 points that much of it has already been said in the panel earlier. So just kind of bringing them in. And I think that's where the master plan for Bangalore and its revision needs to bring in that focus. Unless you don't start to think of it at the larger level. Stop. I mean, I'm not saying that the lower level scale is not critical. It is also very critical. So it's not an either or situation. You need to start to talk on these scales simultaneously and look at a simultaneous action across these scales.
Thank you, Anjali. And actually, we will now have to come to closing question and remarks. And it's a really short time and a short panel. But Anjali, I'll start back with you, go the reverse order. Now, while resource efficiency in TOD zones can be approached from a policy reform perspective in the long term, and many things need to happen. And like you said, there are different cities at different maturity levels. But there are cities who are going to be implementing or putting down, metro or rapid transit systems in their cities. And, what are the sort of learnings for them? But what can happen in the short term to operationalize resource efficiency at corridor and plot levels? Like who needs what incentives?
So yeah, at the plot level, we need to incentivize some of these things. For example, if you come to the city center, I'm just giving you an example. In the city center, say this whole area, let's take this area between Lal Bagh and the precinct around that. You have a lot of these old time institutional spaces. Now in these institutional spaces, and there's a metro line that is also running through that. In these institutional spaces, the built form is very little, but the open space component is large. Now, recognize that as the green spaces and incentivize those to be kept as it is, right? And not let the pressures of land take over where the built form starts to take over the green spaces. So then you're at a disaggregate level, you are increasing your efficiency. Now that's at the neighborhood level. At the city scale, you just map your greens and blues. And you say that these are non-negotiables. These need to be foregrounded. So when a metro is deciding or a TOD is wanting to be put into action, it needs to see that here are my green spaces, here are my blue spaces. I cannot violate these. I'm not saying violation is beyond us. So there is not an either or situation, right? As Hari said, sometimes conservation or somebody said is a bad word. I'm not saying that. You look at a balance between conservation and development, and it's very much possible. Cities across the world are doing it. They're doing it at the neighborhood scales, they're doing it at the city scales. And then you start to move at the regional scale where certain things are just, these are just non-negotiables. Let's put these in place and not. So you will gradually, from the plot level to the city region scale, you have to start to think in a disaggregated as well as a networked manner to say that this is what I'm going to do and to bring in the resource efficiency there.
Great. Thank you so much, Anjali. Romi, now coming to you, and because, Anjali mentioned also the Delhi master plan, which is talking about the blue-green infrastructure plan. And but there isn't much understanding on how to do it or integrate it within departmental mandates. So who needs to do what? I mean, it's good in theory, but how do you put it into practice, and how can that gap be bridged? And also the closing thing about, what can happen in the short term to operationalize resource efficiency at corridor and plot levels. I know you spoke about passive buildings. Anything else that you want to add? Romi, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah. So I think everybody has spoken about the scales. So we'll need to look at the three different scales. One is the region and the corridor level scale. The other is the actual node level scale. And the third is the building level scale. So these three, the stakeholders for all these three scales are very different. So the first is the regional scale. The stakeholder is only the government. So the government has to figure out and crunch its numbers and make sure that the stormwater is dealt with, the sewage systems are dealt with at a regional level, and all that other which we all know. The node level aspect, again, it has a 50-50 partnership. I think the local stakeholders as well as the government has a big role. And then it comes to the project level. So in project level, again, government has a very important role, but we need to understand that role in a very careful way. So what we talked about resource efficiency, which basically means reducing the demand. That's what it means. Basically, it means in common man's language, demand kam karna. So if you want to reduce the demand, and what benefit does it get? Again, I always, when I'm thinking of working, we always try to think, what is my job? So my job is to ensure public benefit. It's to ensure maximum public benefit. So obviously we know that if you are doing passive design, you're using say solar or any other decentralized system, you're recycling your water, you're doing a green-based system rather than a structured system. So eventually who gains from these projects? It's the guy who's paying the bill at the end of the day. The guy who's buying the house and paying the electricity bill, paying the water bill, or dealing with the water issues, sewage issues, or even if it's an office building, it's the rentals of the office. It's the end user who's gaining. Now, why does it still not happen when even if we all know that everybody gains? It is definitely, it's not a 1%, 2% difference. Am I audible? Yeah, it's a huge difference in gains. It's not something that it's a 20-30% gain, so you have to debate it. Everybody knows it's a 200% gain for the public. So it is still not happening. So our job is to figure out why it's not happening. If we are able to answer that question, the government will be able to solve the problem. And it is not just about resource efficiency, it is about everything. It is about affordable housing also. We all talk about ki affordable housing hona chahiye, but why does it not happen? If there is no dearth of demand, 80% of the demand in the city is for affordable housing, but it's not happening. What is the problem? So now I'll focus on resource efficiency. So resource efficiency ka jo main problem hai that the gains are mostly for the end user. That is the benefit, and that is also the problem. So the guy who's making, the developer or whoever is constructing, even when DDA is doing or constructing its housing or offices, it is difficult to justify that, So if a developer is investing, he's going to sell off the flat, and then he's just looking at his profit, and end user ko fayda hoga, it's not his problem. So that's where the government comes in. The government has to figure out that first the government has to know what it wants. So I want the public should save 30% of its energy bill. The public should save, my net demand for water of this colony should be 30% less. My, sewage should be at least this much recycled. I need to set my targets. So here, like in IRSDC, what we do, we call them KPIs, which is key performance indicators of a project. So, we have set these KPIs where we know that this is the target we need to reach. So first I have to know what I want. Then I have to see how do I achieve it. So if I have to achieve it, I'm saying that, okay, the developer's cost for doing this system is going to go up by 20%. So I have to figure out where the penalty is happening for him. Now to achieve that, so that, that thing gets built by him, there are two methods which everybody knows. It's called carrot and stick. So somewhere you have to give him a carrot. So you give him an incentive that if you do this, you will get a rebate over here. And somewhere the carrot doesn't work, so you have to give him the stick, that if you don't do this, then this is the penalty you will get. One more very important thing is that the stick is important because the stick has to remain even after the project is sold off. Otherwise, systems are not maintained, and there has to be some mechanism, and that is somewhere where the government needs to again figure out that how do I monitor a system after a project has been sold off and handed over to 100 users. So, an office has 100 tenants, a housing colony has 200 buyers. So you can't go and catch 200 people. So we have to figure out where the end user, the RWAs or any society or the cooperative, they have to also be accountable for making sure that these systems are being operated. The O&M stage basically has to be figured out. So carrot and stick is the only thing we have to figure out. And to do the stick, there are things like EMP, there is EIS, but they are very good because EIS and all can ensure that you at least get the infrastructure, but EIS cannot ensure that the infrastructure is maintained and used and kept operational. So we still have to crack that. How do we do more, make the RWAs more accountable, or make the, the office maintenance. We can always mandate it. Government is all powerful. You could even put in a mandate like you have to register an RWA, which has to be registered with the government. And as part of, whatever commitment, you have to submit this compliance every day. And there will be a surprise check. And there will be a steep penalty if a surprise check is found to be non-compliant. Don't go and check, but you can always do a surprise check and give a huge penalty if it's not found operational. So if we want to do it is possible. I do want to just touch on the affordable housing thing, because that is something that eventually 80% of our people are middle class and lower middle class and poor. So this has to reach that level, and they are not living in housing colonies where these systems are necessarily going to be available. Like in the previous session, I heard a bit of it. We talk about what is the carrying capacity and all these, what is the so many things we discuss. But if you go and see most of the cities, these are thousands of people already living in horrible conditions. The density is already there, but they're living in horrible conditions. So that is not the way to live in a world-class country, so to say, a world power. So how do we make affordable housing happen? So in Delhi, we just made a model last year, actually. So we figured out the problem because we knew what we want. We figured out that Delhi needs 80% of its housing supply to be in the bracket of 1 room and 2 bedroom units. And the cost of the same should not more than 30 lakhs, 20 to 30 lakhs, 10 to 30 lakhs, in fact. How do you happen? Even a Barsati in Delhi costs more than that. So the problem we realized is in two things. It is the circle rate and the FAR. These are the two problems. So if we are now, it is in the government's hand. The government, if it wants, they can easily decrease the circle rate. And if the government wants, they can easily increase the FAR. That is our job. So, so actually we figured out that thoda sa bhi circle rate kam karo, to affordability goes up by majorly jumps. So I'm just giving this example that it is important to follow this process of knowing what you want, writing and quantifying what you want, figuring out the problem, and then solving the problem, rather than just going round and round in vague circles.
Thank you, Romi. And I think with the EIA and now, with your presence in the committee, because that has its own problems also. So I hope that, some of that will get ironed out, especially as it applies to the implementation and the enforcement of some of what happens around there. Thank you again for your thoughts. Last thoughts from Hari. I mean, what are the parameters and boundary conditions for selecting resource efficient strategies that work for Indian cities? And what are some of the low-hanging fruits? And we have to close in the next 3 minutes. If you could please, after you, Mr. Satyajit will go, if you could please give your quick thoughts.
Well, I'll take less than a minute. Actually, there is very little to be done. This is a wonderfully regulated city. We have regulation for rainwater, aerators, STPs, IoT meters, zero waste. Everything is available. You don't even get an OC if you don't have full compliance, all that. What we don't have, as you all know, is officers who bring rectitude on both the private sector and in the government sector. And so legislation fails. The issue, as I said, of TOD is a non-issue. You really don't have anything to do there. How do I make for a corrupt, how do I get this, citizens, officers, administrators, whatever, to be accountable and to be straight is not part of this agenda. It's a complex, whatever story that we have in this country. I can tell you that if they clapped hands right, everything will work. My minute is over. Hi, Anjali. Nice to see you. We don't meet otherwise. Yeah.
Thank you, Hari. And Mr. Satyajit, last remarks from you now. For all of this to happen, part of it is, what Romi also mentioned. I mean, affordability is a big part of this, because how do you apply resource efficiency to affordable units, and how do you bring those units within, TOD corridors? So a large part of it depends on the opportunities for redevelopment in a city like Bangalore of the core areas or the station areas. And also in terms of, how can you incentivize basically the mix of uses or more mixed use development in TOD zones. So what are some of the opportunities that you see coming through from the TOD policy?
Yeah, thanks, Jay. I think earlier, I fully made comment, basically, I would say. Most of our corridors are already on mature areas. So there is, which I would almost classify as mixed use by nature anyway. So the opportunity for affordable housing actually comes either in brownfield development or greenfield development. Existing line actually goes through densities to the periphery, get all sorts of mixed use already embedded. The whole point of TOD is how do I orient that towards transit ridership, make sure that my investment in transit actually pays off, not just financial terms, but also in sustainable terms, because if more people start using this public transport, we get all your greenhouse gases targets naturally done and livable other elements of TOD naturally realized. So to respond to the affordable, before I go to that affordable housing, earlier it's quite easy to say that, okay, the TOD is not a big issue in terms of energy demand. It's basically at the margin, just 1% or 5%. While I take the point, what matters actually is not that marginal additional volume of energy requirement. It is the intensity of it. It comes in the peak hour, like any transport plan knows. Overall, the road capacity can take your daily volume, but it's a peak hour volume which is creating chaos for you. So resilience will get busted or will have very little headroom if you do not plan your augmentation properly and also sequence your infrastructure before allowing the TOD scale development to happen. So it's all devils in the details, and that's where I agree with the panelists when they said that plan what you want, be clear of what you want, and then the government naturally can figure out what tools it has got within its kitty or what new policies it wants to get that to. If our clarity of what outcomes we want is not there in the first place, I'm afraid this will be having a lot of this debate clubs going on. So from the TOD perspective, I'll stick to that only. For affordable housing, what we're planning is mandate key worker housing. So this is a concept which has not been tried in India as yet. Owning a house and renting a house are different. Say, for instance, what we mean by key worker housing is we've got your police, frontline workers, nurses, and others. So in greenhouse development, if their authority can buy up bulk housing and use that as quarters, that's a possibility. That's still, you avoid gentrification, you still make different strata of society cohabitate a TOD zone, which is what the whole point is. So the devil's in the detail. We hope to make these things possible in Bangalore as we go forward. And I think the biggest tool we have got to get the TOD overall objectives, including the resource efficiency objectives, through our TOD zone regulations. Can we use the carrot and stick policy, which the earlier panelists rightly referred to, through these regulations? Okay, you go for solar, I'll give you 0.25 extra FAR. Those are the sort of things which we can go for. So that's the pros and comments.
If you don't mind, I can't resist responding to Satyajit.
Hari, actually, we have to close now. The last
up to you, But what I have to offer will be very sensible for all of them. If you don't want it, I'll close here. Yeah.
10 quick seconds.
Okay.
Hari.
1.5 year's budget of BBMP, 10,000 crores. If you took, and if you built, let us say with 1 crore, you built only 5 houses, you will have built 50,000 houses. And in 1 acre, you can easily build 100 houses today at the kinds of whatever that we are doing. Actually, 200 houses you can build if you are really building for the poor. I'm not talking now of affordable housing. You have 8,500 acres, roughly about 13% of Bangalore, as parks. Claim a little bit of that. Forget, and then there are lands that BBMP has got of another 7,000 acres. Take these, that's 70 hectares of land. So I'm saying that, if you add up some of these things, take land out of the equation and build these 50,000 houses with only 1.5 years BBMP review, and they can raise the revenue and they can raise the money on the market at 3%. Give it away like Singapore does, give it as rent and claim that 2%, 3% back and make yourself economically viable. I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Hari.
Yeah.
And I would really like to thank all the panelists. This was a wonderful discussion. It's not the last one. And I'm glad we are having this discussion, although it may be premature for some cities, but I'm sure there are other cities who will be learning from all of these discussions that we are having today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Romi. Thank you, Mr. Satyajit. Thank you, Anjali. Thank you, Hari. Thanks, Shrimoy. Bye, everyone.
Thank you all. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Thanks.
Over to you, Sudeep, 10:50.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Anjum sir, Jyotilal sir. Ras,
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, great. Can I request all the panelists to turn on their videos? And as well, okay, great. Great. So I think we'll just get started. Harsha, can we get started? Harsha, can you confirm? Okay, great. Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Pratik Devan, and on behalf of WRI India, we would like to extend a warm welcome to Connect Karo. Today's session is revolved around the metro rail in India, and this is the 4th session of the series, and I hope you were able to join us for the earlier sessions as well. Our session, Connecting the Dots, Enabling Better First and Last Mile Connectivity to MRTS, will delve into some of the key aspects related to the importance of last mile connectivity for mass transit hubs and for building more connected, prosperous, inclusive cities at the backbone of public transportation. I really appreciate all of you taking time off your schedules to join us, and I hope this session will be enriching and fruitful as well. As a part of the panel discussion, we have a very prominent set of speakers. We have Mr. K.R. Jyotilal, IAS, Principal Secretary, Government of Kerala. We have Mr. Anjum Parvez, IAS, Managing Director, BMRCL. We have Professor Swami, Emeritus Director, Center of Excellence of Urban Transport, CEPT Research and Development Foundation. We have Mr. Prasanna Ganesh, Director, Toyota Mobility Foundation. And we have Ms. Beena Shetty, Head, Geoanalytics, WRI India. But before we start with the panel discussion, may I request my colleague Shubhadeep to start the session with a presentation on some of the nuances of last mile connectivity based on the research through the Station Access and Mobility Program, an initiative co-created by Toyota Mobility Foundation and WRI India. Over to you, Shubhadeep. Sudeep, can you please start the presentation as well?
Swadeep, you are not audible. I think you are mute.
No, I think Shubhadeep, can you please start with the presentation? I think, sure, it's okay. I think I can take over the presentation as well. Sudeep, can you go to full screen? Thank you. Next. So I think, like I mentioned, our presentation is going to be focusing on the nuances of last mile connectivity. And this is based on the research. Next slide. Despite high capital intensive metro rail projects in India, not many metro systems have actually been able to attain its projected ridership. To a certain extent, this also is because of the metro rail paradox. The paradox being that metro rail journeys are fast, convenient, and relatively economical. But for a lot of cities, metro also means multiple transfers with slow, expensive, and fairly unreliable last mile modes. Next. Our research suggests that in Mumbai, Metro's Line 1 was able to reach its ridership mark of 500,000 daily passengers, as around 1.4 million jobs are in the walking distance of the metro proximity, especially the Line 1, 2A, and 7. I think one of the reasons for this is also because of the east-west connectivity that the metro offers between the two suburban rails at Ghatkopar and Andheri. Next. So our research also further correlates the proximity of job centers to metro stations and the footfall of these stations as well. So as you can see in the map, and we've used BMRCL metro data, and we can see that Baipanhalli has the highest footfall as compared to other stations. And this is mainly because of the proximity to Whitefield, which is a major job center in itself. Same goes with Kochi, where high traffic stations like Maharaja College and Edapalli are also close to the job centers and commercial centers. And also a lot of these metro networks are not within walking distance of jobs and commercial sectors, and hence effective last mile connectivity becomes very, very crucial to get commuters to use the metro itself. Next. When we analyze ridership data from Bangalore and Delhi Metro, we can see that commuters tend to use the metro for longer distances. And there is evidence that long distance metro trips combined with last mile connectivity can reshape a lot of the urban commuting in India itself. Furthermore, I believe that the accessibility can also encourage short distance commuters to use the metro for their daily journeys. Next slide. This sort of brings us to the question, why is first and last mile connectivity so crucial for metro implementation? And this is the question that WRI and Toyota Mobility Foundation have been trying to do through the STAMP initiative. From multiple studies across 4 cities through STAMP, we've seen that over 60% potential metro users cite poor accessibility as one of the key reasons to not using the metro. And another 15% cite affordability, 10% cite reliability, both of which can be attributed to last mile connectivity as well. But I think in the next few slides, we will be looking at some of these parameters a little more closely. Next. We can see that a lot of the trips originate or terminate inside the metro catchment zone, usually considered as a region with a certain kilometer radius around the metro station. Our study with Pune Metro has registered that 48% of all total trips align with the upcoming metro line. Because of the percentage of trips aligning to metro will vary across every catchment zone around the metro station, how last mile is planned is going to be very specific as well. Areas with large employment concentrations might need to use shuttle buses, which are high frequency, as well as other areas would need a mix of on-demand and scheduled services. Next slide. Our research has also highlighted that metro users tend to use a station which is within 25 minutes of their travel, and anything longer than 35 minutes sort of disincentivizes commuters from using the metro. This indicates that people prefer time over distance to use a certain mode, and that the metro catchment area in itself is a function of time rather than distance. Our STAMP pilots have also shown that with faster modes, such as two-wheeler rentals or carpools in this case, as last mile options, the metro network catchment extends up of between 8 to 10 kilometers. Next. We've also seen that the perception of reliability plays an important role in last mile selection. From our STAMP pilots in Bangalore, it was observed that self-driven bike rentals show a major spike in usage during morning versus carpool facilities, simply because of the immediate availability of the services at the metro stations, making it more reliable for time-sensitive metro commuters in the morning. Next slide. So just wrapping it up, I think also reliability plays a very, very important role when it comes to commuter-centric last mile modes. For example, shared services with high frequency are best when there are low dwell times. For on-demand services, low and consistent wait times ensure reliability. With self-drive modes, they need to be more available at stations during peak hours. And non-motorized modes also depend on the adequate infrastructure for commuters for ensuring comfort and safety. Next slide. Our research also has established that a significant percentage of metro users are cost sensitive. People prefer to use the metro only when there's a significant time saving or the cost of the journey is similar to the mode that they were previously using. We can see using Bangalore Metro data, where a significant percentage of metro commuters with metro cards use metro for one-way journeys and prefer using a different mode that might be cheaper to return in the evening. Next slide. We've also seen that last mile connectivity can constitute up to between 30 to 60% of the commuter's total travel cost based on a mode. Therefore, it's very important that these prices are also carefully managed. And a couple of ways to implement this would be to either introduce feeder services with flat fares from terminal stations which have longer last mile distances, and as opposed to modes that would have a telescopic fare in itself. Another way to look at it would be to also mitigate transfer penalties from one mode to the other. And I think these are some sort of topics that we will be exploring during the panel discussion as well. Next slide. I think also what our research has shown is that transport modes also vary based on gender, socioeconomic profiles, trip purposes, and other characteristics of commuters. For example, the bus becomes a preferred last mile mode for both men and women if the distance from the metro to their destination is more than 5 kilometers. Hence, last mile planning needs to incorporate a lot of these user characteristics and preferences when they have to be deployed at metro stations. Next. And lastly, to ensure that both commuter satisfaction and operator viability is at the forefront of deploying last mile services, they need to be based on relative strengths and weaknesses of each mode. We've also explored several engagement models across cities to understand what kind of arrangements are there between the feeder services and the metro rail operators, and how do they influence a lot of the convenience and user experience of commuters as well. Hence, a lot of the engagement models that needs to be explored by metro rail will be a very key component when it comes to planning for last mile. That is the presentation. Thank you for listening. We will be talking a lot more about a lot of these nuances at the panel discussion. Now we'll jump right into the panel discussion, and my first question is to Jyotilal sir and Anjum sir. As the presentation suggested, affordability is a very key component for choosing last mile and the metro as a trip itself. Like we said, 30 to 60% of the entire trip by a metro is for last mile itself, and transfer penalties are a big problem. So what are some of these fare strategies or models that metro agencies can explore to bring this cost down from 30% to probably 10%? And what are the other aspects of last mile you think that need to be addressed during the planning or the operation stage?
Yeah, I think, can I reply?
Yeah, yes.
In fact, Kochi Metro, in fact, we have a last board meeting, we have placed an agenda. We can ask a telescope. You see, now they put a block fare structure. So the metro fare itself need to be made on a telescopic manner. In fact, the CEPT University was asked to prepare it. So finally, board said that it's a decision, so you can go ahead. So we'll be asking the CEPT University to do a study on how to fix the fare on a telescopic scale. Actually, in my opinion, just like the marginal cost and marginal revenue, at least the marginal revenue is able to meet the marginal cost. I think we should fix the fare as done in, I think, Indian Railways. Then second is a fare integration is another concept which is working on it. For a person who is traveling, it's when you look at citizen-centered governance, point A to point B, one is time, second is how much fare I can afford. So point A to B, irrespective of whichever mode you travel, then they will take the best, most efficient route once you do the fare integration. Now with the open mobility network, it is quite possible that a person can book the ticket seamlessly across the various modes of transport. Actually, today I had the meeting with the railways. The railways have finally come, railway being such a big organization, finally they have come around saying that they will also move into open mobility network with so that you can do the same ticket across various platforms, and we integrated the auto rickshaw, taxis, buses, private buses, aggregated everybody and given them a platform so that integration becomes much more easier in a digital platform. We brought the open protocol and open data platforms so that all modes get integrated into one protocol, and it's seamlessly you can book tickets across the. Then next one is the fair integration, which I said. One more advantage is you can economies of scale and you get ridership, get better ridership in the metro. At the same time, the private last mile connectivity person also gets other benefits of what is coming together. Like we can provide common facilities for charging, parking. So many things can be given. So that is then demand prediction is another thing. See, as you said, apart from affordability, reliability is also another. A person who is getting down now with the digital world, you are connected. So the last mile operator will know when his customer is coming. Just like in airlines, you know who is traveling from where and where his flight at what time is going to land. So accordingly, he can plan. So I think these are very crucial, and we are working on it.
Thank you, sir. And Anjum, sir? I think we lost Anjum, sir. I don't see him.
I can see him. He's muted.
Oh, yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say that I will just add to what Jyoti has just now shared. See, first of all, we have to understand that what is the purpose of a metro. And unless we understand that thing, it's very difficult to analyze further beyond that. So if you see that the major importance of bringing the metro is the saving the travel time of the people. That is one point. There's no second thought about it. But there are other modes of operation which can go on the similar speed. Okay. So there are two more things which are extremely important. One is that the comfort level. So when you are traveling in a metro, what is the comfort level you are getting? Or if you're traveling in an auto, what is the comfort level you are getting? Similar thing is your environment itself, like the kind of pollution which is created by the auto and the buses and all these kind of things. So these are all the combinations which has to be looked into when we are talking about the metro. Like I just give an example, like just last week, one of the press reporter asked me that we are starting a metro from Central Silk Road to the airport, and which is going to take almost about 1.5 hours if I'm going by metro. And if I take a taxi, that will also take 1.5 hours. I told him only one thing, that if you are going to travel by metro, you know that at what time you are reaching the airport. But if you traveling by a taxi, you don't know. And throughout the 1.5 year journey, you are going through the heart palpitation because you stop at one traffic signal. So there are multiple things which we have to keep in mind. So there's no second thought that in the last 10 to 15 years, metro has emerged as the one of the commonest choice for the people. Now, coming to the people, that you raised a very important point about the last mile connectivity and the first mile connectivity. This is the major bottleneck which we are facing. But you have to also keep in mind that as far as the urban mobility is concerned, it's a pretty new subject as far as our country is concerned. So if you go before 2000, nobody was even talking about what is the urban mobility and how the urban planning has to be done and all. It was only after 2002 that we started moving. And the first thing which was done was the TTMC of the buses, which was developed as a I will not say multi-mode, but at least people can come by the car and all those things. And then the metro came. And so what is the strategy that we are following in Bangalore? I would like to share with you in a few words. So the first thing is that when we did the phase 1, now at that point of time, we did not think much about the connectivity issue. And but very soon we realized that it is extremely important to connect. The first thing is the connecting the metro with the buses, because my metro cannot go in each and every area. So there are areas where people have to travel by the buses. So in the phase 2 and always also in phase 2A and 2B, we are going for full integration of metro and bus services. And we are going to such an extent that the buses are going to have a bus bay right near the metro station. And not only that, in fact, we are going one step beyond that, that in major places, we are putting a foot over bridge from the bus stop itself, where the people can directly go to the concourse area. So the whole idea is that there are two important things. One is that what is the kind of seamless travel that you are getting. So if you are coming out of your house, you don't have to walk. You are just changing one mode of operation to another mode of operation. And the second, the connectivity we have, like, for example, if you see my old metro network of 46 kilometers, we have three major hubs of the multi-mode transport. The one is your Kampegowda station. The other one is the Sangoli Rayanna station, where we are connecting with the Bangalore station. And similarly, we have in next phase 2, we are working at 7 to 9 places. We are going for major multimodal integration. So when I say major multimodal organizations, there are 4 or 5 players. So like, for example, KSRTC, the buses which are used for going out of the city, BMTC, then your taxi, then the railways, then the new player is also going to get added, and that is the suburban railway is going to be added. So the whole planning is going to happen. But one thing I would like to share, that since we are all working in silos, there is nobody to supervise us that what Anjum Parvez is doing, or what BMTC is doing, or what Suburban Rail is doing. And that's why it's extremely important to have a land transit system, urban land transit system, which the Act is going to be most probably going to come very soon. So there is going to be a big boss, which is going to sit on the head of all the people and make sure that wherever possible, the multi-mode integration is completed. So we are moving in that direction, and the government of India is also focusing. Now, coming to the role of two very important mode of travel. One is the non-mechanized, that you do the cycling part and all those things. But somehow in our country, it is not picking up. We expected 10 years back that it will pick up in a very major way, but it has not happened in that way. But the other two is very important. That is your bike as well as the three-wheeler. And in Bangalore, we have a tie-up with something called Metro Ride. It's a new service which has been started in Bangalore, and gradually you will see that whichever metro station you go, it's an app-based service which has come up. And this is the first of its kind, and then more and more people are going to come in that. So we are also thinking about how these three-wheelers can be accommodated and provided a space at the metro stations. Now, second thing is the two-wheeler. So the moment you talk about two-wheeler, the parking becomes very important. And the good part of Bangalore Metro is BMRCL is that in the phase 2, every station is coming with a parking facility. And not only that, we are very nearby also, we are thinking of going for the parking facility. Now, I always say that metro is not a mode of travel. Metro is basically a lifestyle, okay? So our whole idea is that let us develop the metro station in such a fashion that when you are getting at your final destination, going back home at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, you should be able to buy all your grocery at the metro station itself. So that is the way we are trying to develop that. Or suppose morning you are in a very much hurry and your office starts at 9 o'clock, you don't have time to make breakfast. To come straight to the metro station, grab something like which is easily available there, fast food kind of thing, finish and go. So that is the kind of mobility that we have to bring. And recently we have from the transport department, a new policy has come in Bangalore that is called e-bike. It's an electric bike which a person can start operating, and number of people will come in that. And it will be like with the driver. It is not self-driven two-wheeler. It's with the driver that you are going to get a ride, and that is going to improve. Then BMTC is buying under a smart city. They are buying some 95 air-conditioned buses, which will be moving within 5 kilometers of the metro station as a feeder service. So a lot of activity is happening, and I am very sure that in coming days, since like you gave an example that Bangalore expected footfall is not reached. Now, one of the reasons is that our only 46 kilometers is working, which is a crisscross. But the moment my ring is completed, outer ring road, moment my inside the city is completed, that is R6, which is going to come in. The moment my electronic city is going to completed, now that is going to create the, because abhi kya hota hai, nobody wants to go by metro to one station and then travel for another 5 kilometers from there. Then they think, why to take the metro? Let us take the taxi from the beginning itself. And you gave another very important figure that the short distance people, they don't use metro. There's a very typical reason for that. If I catch a metro, the time it takes to go to the metro station, in the same time I can go to my destination. So 2 to 3 kilometer people prefer to go by the by the three-wheeler or bike or something. Now coming to the fare, like if you see the metro fare, I cannot say that it is not affordable. Like my minimum fare is 10 rupees, which is the minimum fare of an auto also. Okay. So the comfort level or affordability level is at the metro level of the auto rickshaw. But when you travel a distance, my upper cap is only 60 rupees. So like my new line, you can start from Bayapanalli and go up to Kengeri metro station, and you have to pay only 60 rupees. So there's a lot of advantages in the fare. So fare is not the issue. I think people can afford to have the fare because the BMTC bus ticket is also of the similar nature. The only important thing is that how we are making connecting the dots, as you rightly said, and and one more thing, the WRI has to create a campaign. You have to start a campaign focusing on people to develop the habit of walking at least 500 meters. Okay, if you can develop that thing, I am pretty sure that the metro ride is going to increase because we don't have habit of walking. Even 100 meter we don't want to walk. So that is the awareness. It can be as a part of the campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think you've raised a couple of really good points. We have been working for safer streets in that area as well, looking at walking as one of the key last mile and first mile mode as well. But I think you also brought up a lot of the commuter preferences when it comes to using the metro and even for last mile as well. And from that, I want to pose my next question to Mr. Ganesh and Professor Swami to sort of say that, to attract commuters to metro stations, metro agencies need to do travel pattern assessment and also understand commuter preferences. And while this is being done at the planning stage itself, it's rarely done during the operational phase when the metro is already running. How important do you think that a periodic assessment like this is necessary? And additionally, that the data that they collect from this assessment, how do you think we could use that to understand commuter preferences, to plan last mile solutions, and also shape a lot of the trip offerings that we could also offer to commuters?
Thank you. Should I go first?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, thanks a lot. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. So I'm maybe slightly from a different perspective. I'm from Toyota Mobility Foundation, and we've been working with WRI India for STAMP. Now, we started in 2016, 17, so now we've been running it for almost 5 years. So we're very happy to see some of what we were thinking about and working on actually is gaining a lot of steam and a lot of attention. If I hear Mr. Jyotilal and Mr. Parvez and what they are doing, it's very heartening to know. So coming to your question, Pratik, so the first thing is, at least from TMF or Toyota's perspective, we always kind of base our planning on customer preference. And planning behind our desks, even with the best of the theory, doesn't always match with reality. So we have to solve the pain points of customers by continuously engaging with them and trying to deliver satisfaction. And in the context of when we look at the metro, of course, we have to answer the question by first understanding what is the scope of analysis that we need to look at for metro planning. It was very interesting to hear what Mr. Parvez was saying, that we have to consider the overall scheme. Even Mr. Jyotilal mentioned it, talking about not just metro, but looking at first mile and last mile mobility. And in my experience and working with many countries, many cities around the world, we have seen that urban planning and metro agencies must understand and plan travel patterns for commuters from their home to their end destination. So which means we have to consider the metro, and we've always believed that the metro is kind of the backbone and the first and last mile solution are the limbs. And we have to consider this as part of a single ecosystem. Of course, in the case of a metro, because it's a significant investment, train lines are not so easily changeable, but when we talk about access to and from the metro, we can continuously change what we call hardware, software, and partnerships. So for us to understand, when we talk about customer preferences, we can understand that at the time of planning the metro, the first and last mile preferences may be a certain way based on the catchment area. And I was very happy to see some of our research for STAMP being explained to all of you. And in terms of what we could see, of course, we look at catchment areas, we look at what we call city archetypes. So you may have a residential area, you may have an industrial area, you may have a central business district. And each of these archetypes, of course, will have a certain type of first mile and last mile solution that works. So if I'm talking about a residential area, naturally, I may be looking at a completely different, maybe if I need to take family, or I need to take my kids to school, or I need to take an elderly person to a hospital, I may utilize a different first mile, last mile. Then if I'm alone, or if I need to commute just to work, I may be looking more at two-wheelers, three-wheeler kind of solutions, rather than maybe more four-wheeler solutions. So the hardware itself will naturally be changing. And the software also, you need to be looking at, including what was mentioned today, which is information from your house to your end destination, the payment and the payment integration, and how do we optimize the payment so that there is no kind of loss in terms of taking multiple modes of transport and using the metro. And then, of course, who you need to partner with, for example, parking providers or electricity providers. And these catchment areas or archetypes keep changing. So what could have been a residential area at one point in time, I'm also originally from Bangalore, and I know the area that I used to live in is not a residential area at all. It's become kind of part of the business district. We've moved further away, and this kind of thing continuously happens. The city is continuously growing. So in that context, and as we start seeing hub and spoke, and now with COVID, new changes in behavior, we have to continuously and agilely plan. For this, we need to continuously gather customer feedback and then integrate agile planning in looking at first mile, last mile. And then touching it with, for example, payment or information sources to encourage people to take the metro. At the end of the day, we want more people to take the metro. So that's really what we are aiming for. I hope my answer was clear. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh. Professor Swami?
Yes, thank you. And I think I'd like to reiterate some of the points which the two heads of metro organizations, Mr. Jyotilal and Mr. Anjum Parvez, have pointed out. I think number